Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out.
Welcome on in, everyone, to another episode of the Lancescurv Show. But we're going to be dance partners today with Sister Tracy J. And she's going to have a lot to say. Yeah, this is a Lancescurv Show, but really right now, this is the Tracy J Show. And I'm just glad to be here to hear what she has to say about corporate America, the things that are going on there that we don't know about, and things we might think we know about but don't know about, and how America's changing, the workforce, the nepotism, the favoritism, the kickbacks, the thievery, all of that good stuff. And I'm going to let her introduce herself, even though we all know and love her. And I just want to say, Gina E. and Sweet D, you are here. Right, great. Superstars are coming on in. We got a few people already listening. I'm glad you all are here. Tracy J, if you want to unmute yourself and come on, let's just jump right into this.
Hey, yes. Thank you, everybody, for coming. Yes, I've been wanting to talk about this for a while because I see the differences in it, and now it's just much worse, and it's causing people a lot of stress, a lot of mental health issues, and it need to be talked about because people need to know exactly what's happening, especially people from over there where you are, Lance. They don't realize they want to come to America. They want to just get a job and hustle. It's not that easy.
For real.
It really is not that easy, and it's not what they think. It's not as glamorous as they think, especially, you might be getting a higher salary, but it's not as glamorous, and you're going to pay dearly for that higher salary. So yes, I wanted to get on here and say a few things about that. I got like 3 pages of notes that I just wrote down between
beautiful
between this morning and last
Luther
night.
Vandross will say it this way: never too much, never too much, never too much. When you speak, we know what you're talking about. Now I'm gonna do something very unorthodox right now. While you introduce it, I realize I've been drinking a lot of orange juice, a lot of water. So you know what I got to do? Just give me 90 seconds. I'll be right back. I'm still here.
Fine.
I don't want to miss a syllable. But go right on ahead and continue on.
Okay.
All right.
Well, the first thing I want to speak on is looking for a job in America. Right now, looking for a job is not what it used to be, especially with what's going on right now with the layoffs and companies trying to save money and trying to meet their bottom line and everything. Looking for a job is extremely hard right now. I've looked at numerous YouTube videos of people just taking a few months and even a year to find a job. Right now, the average person spends 8 to 10 hours a day applying for jobs online. And when you apply for these jobs online, it's not like a quick apply. You have to set up a profile. You have to fill out 10 screens or 10 pages worth of information. They want you to be detailed. They want you to fill out the dates and the salary you made, and they also want you to fill out the job description. You're going through all these hoops. You're jumping through all these hoops to apply for these jobs, only for them to reject you. You're spending your time every week, every day applying for a job, and now it's taking 6 to 8 months for people to get jobs. I've heard people taking 12 months to get a job, and it's just ridiculous. Most of these companies want all of your information, and it's like they give you nothing in return. Most of these jobs, like from the personal experience, I know when I apply for some of these jobs and I hit submit, I don't hear anything again. Some of them, they don't even tell you that you didn't get the job. It's just you don't hear anything again from these companies. And you jump through all these hoops. Some people even, some of these recruiters even called you back. You've done an interview, a phone interview, and then they call you for an initial interview. You go through the rounds and you still don't get the job. And to me, that's time wasted because I took out the time. I applied for the job. I filled out the information. I dressed for the job. I looked the part because, every company, they want you to look a certain way. So I did all that. I downplayed my blackness. If you're a black person, to go through these rounds of interviews, I don't get the job. You wasted you wasted my time. You wasted my time. Instead of telling me in the beginning, okay, you know, you're not what I'm looking for. Don't waste people's time when they're looking for these jobs. And so I want to go right into submitting your resume. Right now, like I said before, it takes 6 to 9 months for the average person to find a job. Now, I'm not sure if you know about this or not, Lance. AI is reviewing resumes now instead of people. For some of these companies, they've they got a program, they got a software that AI where, you know, people, when they go on their website or they post their jobs, and people can submit their resume through their software, and AI will read the resume. And then if AI likes the resume, it'll, you know, kick the resume onto the recruiter to review. If AI doesn't like your resume, you just automatically get, you know, rejected. But what I found is I was looking at this website, and it's euronews.com, where some of these companies have got this AI software, and the software was like turning away good candidates. It wasn't even doing the job properly. Like in one case, it was rejecting people because they had gaps in their employment. And then for some tech companies, because you know most areas in tech is male dominated, it was rejecting the female applicants.
Wow.
So you're up against this AI thing, and now when I apply for jobs now, I got to think in the back of my head: are they using AI to review my resume? What are the buzzwords that they're looking for on my resume so that AI does not reject? So now we got to figure out with some of these companies, how do I get past AI, or what buzzwords or what is AI looking for on my resume so I won't get rejected?
And could you imagine? You might have to pay out more to have a person tweak your resume so that it's more AI favorable. You know what I mean? Like there'll be different businesses popping up like that now.
Right.
Wow.
Right. And so it's like the whole interview process is stressful. Why should it? I want to work. I have this talent. I want to work. This is what I can do. It's just that simple, but they make the job process so complicated. And I think that adds to the stress of looking for a job. It's already bad enough that, you know, the way these jobs treat us, but looking for a job is just as stressful now. Even like, and when you don't have a job in America, that's frowned upon. That's another thing I need to say. They don't like you having gaps in your employment. When you're looking for a job and you don't have a job already, that's a knock against you. They don't like stuff like that.
How can you help that? It may be some unfortunate situation, or maybe the company that's laying off people because of a low period, or I don't know, but that's not your fault unless it is your fault. If you can explain it away.
Right. I was when I was laid off in 2021, and it was no fault of my own. The company, you know what happens to that company. I'm gonna mention them again later on today and talk about them again. But anyway, it was no fault of my own. And when I was going to these interviews, they were treating me like I was terminated. That's exactly how I'm like, you see that I got laid off. You know this company's doing bad. You know about this company. So don't treat me that way. But it's like the longer you're out of a job looking for a job, the worse it gets. Because I was out of work for 7 months. It took me 7 months to get another job. That's insane.
Wow.
I know a guy now that got laid off in December. He still does not have a job now, and we're in September. And he is in tech. This guy is in tech. He has it. It's not like he doesn't know what he's doing. He has experience. Was making good money. He was laid off in December.
But AI should scan, or AI should know what the climate is in that area where there are no jobs. They should be programmed in there to take that into consideration.
But see,
not
that
just
is
you
the problem.
as a standalone.
Right. But that's the problem. AI doesn't know the difference between AI can't differentiate, okay, this person was laid off versus this person just wasn't working for 8 months. AI can't differentiate that. And that's why my thing is, why are they using this to scan resumes when you know it's still some discrepancies, it's still some it's still some, you know, hiccups in the process where AI is not fairly scanning these resumes and just unfairly rejecting people based on, you know, minute things.
It's not right.
So I'm still going to disagree with companies using AI. I think they should I think they should go back to using real actual people that can actually call the person and ask questions. Hey, I see you have a 7-month gap in your resume. Can you tell me about that? Versus AI just saying, okay, there's a 7-month gap. They won't work and reject. So I don't know. I just think they're taking AI too far with this whole resume. I mean, it's good as far as buzzwords to see if people qualify for the job, but it's another thing when it's like rejecting people based on stuff that they can't control. So yeah. And so with these good corporate jobs in America, there also comes benefits. Yeah, we're going to talk about these benefits that they offer you. The 3 main ones is what? PTO, 401k, and healthcare. Those are the 3 main ones that they like to offer you. Yeah. So,
but what's the catch with that? They're just not going to give it to you like that. What's the catch? So, you know, they got to have a twist in the rules.
Let's talk about PTO. I found an article. Hold on for a second. Where is this?
So what do they call that? Plantation time off?
You know what? I found this website the other night. Hold on, let me see. It is Clockify. Clockify Me. It's how US stands up. I think I could share the link with you with the, hold on for a second. I can send it to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just sent you the link.
All right, I got it. Just want to welcome everybody on in. I'll acknowledge everybody by name later on. I just want Tracy to flow. I'm glad everybody's here to listen to this. And my mind is blown already. And I know this is going to be a sizable show. And you have a whole lot more of those notes. So I'm all ears. I'm right here.
So it pretty much talks about the US PTO up against other countries. And this is the shocker. This is the kicker. In the US, there is no federal law that requires employers to provide PTO to employees, like vacation pay, sick leave, jury duty, or holiday pay. There is no federal law that requires your employer to provide that for you in the US. We are the only country that does not have a federal law for PTO. What are you thinking of? What are your thoughts on that? We are the only country on the planet that does not have a federal law for PTO.
Well, it already shows that we can't expect for this place to care for us. We're not dealing with, well, let's go deep. This country has no soul in its systems. And we're dealing with people who are empty. They have no souls. They don't give a damn. It's a machine to generate profit by any means necessary, even at the expense of your health. And everything is turned against you. It's like the reverse of a mortgage. See, in the beginning, the mortgage is your friend. Once you get the house, the mortgage is your enemy. You want to get rid of it as fast as you can. So with these jobs in corporate America, it's the same thing. You're trying to get it. It's going to act like it's your friend so you can get that money. But they now, once they have you, it's a game to get rid of you. You see, you're not trying to get rid of it. It's trying to get rid of you. And just like when they have the Buck and Bronco ride at the amusement parks to artificial buck and bronco. You have the music playing. It's moving up and down nice and slow, and it turns around and whips around. They make it harder and harder for you, more difficult to survive until you fall off or they push you off. And that's what they want. They don't want you to have any seniority. There's no more going to a job and staying for 20 years or more, whatever is required. I know you're going to talk about that. I'm not going to jumpstart that. But you're the enemy. You're on the job and they're looking for every little thing. There are hoops for you to jump through. You can never relax and say, listen, what happened to the feeling? Maybe it never existed. I mean, the kind of jobs I've had, it never really existed for me. But I can only imagine. Let's go back to the 40s, the 50s, the 60s. Now, we know we have systemic racism. But for that, and I'm going to say it, that black person who got to the job where things may have been not a little more fair, because you know what you're dealing with when you deal with these people, if you know what I mean. But what happened to the rules where I can go on this job and be there for 20 years. If I do everything right and play by the rules and do the best that I can and improve myself and take the necessary courses to increase my skill set, I will be here and I'll have a wonderful retirement. What happened to that?
They don't even give out pensions anymore. Pensions don't even exist anymore.
Oh, man.
But I'm gonna get into that later. How they do the scam 401k. I'm gonna get into that later. But for right now, I'm gonna throw out these statistics for the PTO, the plantation time off. So yeah, that's a T-shirt. Plantation time off for the plantation time off.
I'll make sure to make one.
Now, in the U.S., your PTO has to be earned. For most jobs, PTO has to be earned. Now, if you get lucky, some companies will give it to you up front. And just because they give it to you up front doesn't mean that they give you enough days in that year, by the way. So either you're giving it the PTO up front, or you have to earn it, which is the worst option. To me, that's like the worst option when you have to earn it. So according to this, let's just say you had to earn your PTO. You don't get PTO when you get there. You got to be permanent first, and then after you're vested for like a year, you get your PTO. So according to this, for 1 year of employment, you get 14 days. That's about a little bit over a day a month that you get in PTO. So you work 30 days and they give you a little bit over a day for that 30 days you worked. 18 days after 5 years of employment. So I'm there for 5 years. I have to work almost 5 years to get 4 more days of PTO, is what this is saying. 20 days after 10 years of work. If you make it that far in today's workforce, if you make it to a company, if you make it that far, they're going to give you 20 days. 10 years of work now, 10 years.
Wait, 20 days
after 10 years? No, 20 days a year, yes, after 10 years of working there. Yes.
Just 20 days. Just 20 days.
Yes.
Jesus.
And then 23 days, get this, 23 days. They just add 3 more days after 20 years of service. So I work another 10 years, I get 3 more days.
Well, you know what? In my Paul Mooney voice, I say this: damn it, I'll come to work every day a sneezing fool.
And these are private industry companies. These are private industry companies. So let's go to a government work. If you work for the government or if you work for the state, now this is no better, but I'm gonna say it. This is hardly, it's a little bit better, but it's still kind of. So after 1 year, 18 days, 5 years, 21 days. So it's only increased by 3 days if you work 5 years. 10 years, 24 days. 20 years, 27 days. Notice you will never get a full month of PTO. No matter who or where you work for, unless you're an owner of a private company or you're a CEO and you're not getting that 30 days. You just not. No matter how long you've been there, you're not getting the 30 days.
It's not even an uphill battle. Like you're trying to climb a wall, a slippery wall, straight up vertical. How long has this been going on like this in general, from what you know?
I've only been in corporate for 20 years, probably since I want to say maybe this 80s or 70s maybe. I'm going what 80s maybe, because I know corporate was a little bit better in the 70s than it is. Well, corporate was better back then now than it ever will be. But because back then at least you had pensions and stuff.
They don't want to give
And
you anything.
I think pension stopped in the 80s and 90s anyway. Pension stopped then.
Mm-hmm.
And then they introduced the 401k. So yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. I mean, this is sad that we're at the bottom like this when it comes to, employment in the US. We supposed to be this, first world country, this best country, and look at what we're doing to employees that just want to work and make a living and make a decent living for their families. But I'm going to scroll down to
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to scroll down to European countries and what their PTO looks like outside of the United States. Let me scroll down on this website. Oh yeah, I'm there now. Average PTO around the world, global PTO statistics. Now, in these countries, after a year of employment, Iran. This is after a year of employment compared to the 14 days they want to give you in the United States. Iran 53 days.
Whoa. Wait.
San Marino 46 days. Yemen 45 days. Andorra 44 days. Bhutan 44 days. Bahrain 44 days. Togo in Africa 43 days. Niger 43 days. Madagascar 43 days. Monaco 42 days.
Togo's right next to me. You can drive there.
Yeah, it's 43 days 43 days PTO. And see, their PTO, there's a law. You have to give PTO in these countries. They have a federal law that you have to give PTO. But that just goes to show you, like what I looked up on that site, that shows you the difference for the PTO that we get versus what they get in other countries. And that's just some of the that's not all the countries. That's just some of the countries. No, I'm telling how much time you might get if you worked in Singapore or Asian country or anywhere else.
My mind is blown.
Yeah, it's a lot of information. Now this is based on like full-time employees. If you work 40 or more hours a week. If you don't work for, if you're not in, if you work for a company or an industry that does not, you're not off on most federal holidays, you probably get a minimum of 6 holidays in a year. That's like New Year's Day, Memorial Day, Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Christmas, and 4th of July. That's your 6 holidays you would get if you're not working for a company or you're not in the industry where you could have like Columbus Day off or President's Day off or things like that.
Right.
And this also doesn't apply if you don't work 40 hours. You got a lot of people that are temp workers that can't earn PTO to begin with. And so if they miss a day, they just don't get paid.
And that's why they favor temp workers, a lot of these jobs, to hire them over the people who are permanent.
Right. Right.
Answer this. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Is it true? It may not be dyed in the wool in every situation, but I've known friends of mine that have worked temp jobs and for these companies, and they're permanent workers there, but they were getting slightly more money, and there was a resentment, not an outright fight or attitudes. They got along, but the word was out that the temp workers were making a little more money, and the reason why they were getting more money is because there was no commitment from the company that we could just fire you any old time. You're disposable. So they made it sweet for them and gave them a little more than the permanent workers that were there, that by law, they were obligated to as much as the law held them to it. Is there some truth to that? I think we blanked out, Tracy. I see you still here, but I don't hear you.
Hold on.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
You hear me now? Okay.
Yeah.
That is.
Okay, it's still silent. Okay, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if you hit the mute button or if you can hear me. But if you can hear me, maybe you might want to sign out and then come back in on the same link, possibly. Or maybe everybody else can hear you and I can't. I don't know. Can anyone else hear Tracy here? Okay, you just muted your mic and it's open now, yeah. And it sounds a little, it sounds a little garbled. I don't know if you have to go near a window or anything, but let's see how it goes.
See if I can change some of my sound here.
Mm-hmm. It sounds good now.
Okay, good. I think I'll stay right here then. It is true because the temporary worker, you have to understand, I don't have to pay them 401k. I don't have to cover health care, and I don't have to give them PTO. But the permanent employee, their permanent employee is costing me more money because I have to pay out those things. So I'm definitely going to pay them less money because that's what I'm paying out. That's the benefits that I'm giving them. I'm not giving the temp employee any benefits, so I could pay them more.
Right.
So it's pretty much it's pretty much a money thing. And then with the temp employee, what if the temp employee is a little more talented than the than my permanent employee? I'm trying to keep them on as long as possible. So if I could give them a raise or I could pay them a good wage, I'll do that and just not give them anything else. And then when I am finished with them, I can discard them how I want to discard them.
So what you're telling me is that the temp worker is like the side chick.
Yeah.
There's no commitment, but I'll laugh at you with more. But we can walk away from the thing.
Because think about it, I've even heard some people say, their temp assignment was 6 months, and then at the end of the 6 months, the company wants to keep them 6 more months because they may be good at their job. The company just don't want to bring them on permanent because then they don't want to pay any more money. Because if I bring you on permanent, I got to give you health. I got to give you all those benefits. I got to give you health care, PTO, FMLA, 401.
You dropped off again. You dropped off again, Tracy.
Am I here now? I think my phone keeps going out. Okay. If I pay you, I'd rather pay you more as a temp employee, knowing that I don't have to give you anything else, because it actually comes out cheaper for me to do that than to have you on as a permanent employee, because then it makes it harder for me to get rid of you if you're a permanent employee versus the temp.
Right. Very shrewd.
So yeah, it's pretty much it's a money thing. It's a money thing. It's all about money. So, and to be honest, a lot of these companies, if everybody could be temps, everybody would.
Right.
If everybody could be temps, everybody would be temps. But then if, they don't have any permanent employees, they can't get those kickbacks from the government and those write-offs like they do. So somebody has to be permanent.
True.
There's this lady on my job now. Speaking of time off and PTO, there's this lady on my job now. She's been over this lady, I told you about it. She's been there over 30 years. Same job, same position. She was out recently because she had, the virus back in July. And she had to fight to come back in the office because they weren't trying to let her come back in the office for a certain amount of time. She ended up being hospitalized. And don't you know, they gave her FMLA, but she had to use a week of her PTO because they only gave her a certain amount of FMLA.
Oh man. So she's like set up.
And I'm asking her, I'm like, why didn't your FMLA cover the month that you're out? She was like, no, it only covered like 3 weeks. And I'm like, so they even knew that you were in the hospital with this and could have died with this, and they still made you use a week of PTO? She was like, yeah.
Oh, they played it.
In order for her to get paid, now she could have opted not to use it. She just wouldn't have got paid for that week. But no, her, she was like, I need, I still got bills. They don't care about me being sick. I still got bills. So yeah, she had to use a week of PTO. I'm like, but you were in the hospital. They can't. She was like, no, they only give you a certain amount of FMLA. After that is exhausted, you got to use your vacation time if you have it. And if you don't have vacation time, you just don't get paid. And she's been there over 30. Look, they did her like this. I'm like, you've been here over 30 years. And they're going to do you like that? This is exactly what I'm talking about. Keep your residence updated.
What does FMLA stand for? Family Medical Leave, right?
Yes.
So what they think it is, they're saying this ain't free money, you lazy ass.
Right. Yes, exactly.
Wow. You're the enemy when you work for these companies. Unless you're a temp, you're an enemy.
I have another coworker. Yeah, I have another coworker. She's soon to go out on maternity leave. She's having a baby. She has to use a week of her vacation because they're only going to give her a certain amount of maternity leave. And I'm like, they just don't want to pay for nothing. That's what that is. They don't want to pay for nothing.
You're right.
And don't let nobody die in your family. That is the worst. Most companies only give you 2 to 3 days for bereavement.
Oh, God.
What if the person that passed away is out of state and I got to travel to their funeral, or I was their power of attorney and I'm the one that has to take care of, their final expenses and how are you giving me 2 to 3 days? And then anything that I take outside of that 2 to 3 days, either I'm gonna take PTO for it or I'm just not gonna get paid for it.
Boy.
And I can still lose my job if I'm out for too long.
So you don't have a break.
No, because see, the thing is, once I use the 2 to 3 days of bereavement, anything outside of that, the company is not liable for. So meaning if I don't have PTO to cover some days or anything, they could fire, if they wanted to, they could fire you for missing too many days of work.
Like you stayed out for a month.
Right. Like, you giving me 3 days, somebody close to me died. And what if it was a tragic death? Like, what if it was an accident or a murder or something? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say that word.
Oh, no, it's okay still. I mean,
okay.
No, it's okay. That one, because the general conversation is not just,
Okay.
But what I'm saying is
what if that's the case? You're giving me 2 and then when you come back to work, they expect you to be like you were before you left. You know that, right?
Right. But what I'm saying, if you had a dependent mother or father, special needs situation, some situation where you had to travel, maybe it's another family member who took care of that family member, but you are the one who ran everything. You see what I mean? Like, let's make this up, since we're getting into it. Say you live in New York and you have a special needs mother living in Chicago, but the mother is taken care of by your brother, who is not as up to par as far as paperwork. He's good to take him to the doctor visits and stuff, but he's bad with money and he may have a habit or something, but he's not going to bring danger to her. And you have to go out there and make sure if something happens to her. There are a lot of loose ends and paperwork and running around there in Chicago that it's going to take. This is not a friendly visit. You're going there now, you're hurting. You got to see it that way. You got to ID the body. You got to go and do everything and just make phone calls, do this. They're not going to, I mean, each situation is different, but they should give across the board. I mean, they're not giving the PTO anyway that other countries are giving, but they demand more of you. And it's always something hanging over your head that I might lose my job with this. I might lose my job with that. It is impossible, literally.
And it's like I've seen firsthand, like coworkers. I've never been in this situation, but coworkers that's been out for like maybe 2 or 3 weeks trying to get stuff tied up, you know, trying to finalize stuff because let's say the loved one lived in a different state. And of course, if they live in a different state, it's going to take longer to do stuff because they live in a different state. And
Right.
it's like the job will call them, are you coming? When are you coming back to work? Excuse me? I told you I needed this amount of time and you're still going to call me and tell me when am I coming back to work? Or when I do come back to work, you want me to be all smiles and giggles? Something just happened to me. I need you to acknowledge what happened to me and treat me like a decent human being. Don't treat me, I'm not a robot. I'm not going to be able to bounce back. I won't be able to bounce back. I'll never be the same again, but I'm definitely not bouncing back in 2 to 3 days.
So do you think that in their AI or in their decision to maximize their profits and the amount of work that they get out of you, do you think that they would discriminate against, say, for example, a younger woman, regardless of race, that may be looking to start a family? They may ask you that in a sly way and then target you. Okay, she might get pregnant on us. What do you do then? You know,
right.
what happens
There
then?
have been cases. I've read cases where pregnant women were in the interviews and they were hired because they were pregnant.
Oh, God.
Yeah. They also, you know about the age discrimination. They also do that with older people. If you're older and you're in certain fields, like if you're in the tech field and you're over 45, 50, 60 years old, and they see that you're close to retirement age, they're not going to let you get vested in that company.
Yeah.
And then
true.
and then a lot of times they don't even hire you because they already know, oh, you over 50, you're going to be retired in 10, 15 years. We're not hiring you. But it's
Well,
gonna
I'll
cost
tell you
us
one thing.
because it's gonna cost us a lot of money when you retire. We're not hiring you. No.
Wow.
Yeah,
This is
it's
something.
something. It's like this game you have to play. As soon as you become of age, if you went to college, as soon as you graduate college, it's just you have to start playing the game. And that's how I feel with a lot of these corporate jobs. You have to start playing their game.
Exactly.
Any questions you have or any comments you have so far?
Oh, no, I'm good. I'm going to look in the chat room if anybody has any questions as we go along, but you've been quite clear on how things are. And I'm loving this dialogue because I'm still learning things from what you're sharing. I'll tell you one thing. I'm 61 years old. If I was trying to get hired for some area of expertise and they didn't want to hire me, they'd be losing out because
Of
I'm not an
course.
old geezer. You know what I mean?
Oh wow, I'm reading Reese's comment now. Yeah, Reese, that is so unfortunate. I'm sorry. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. But yeah, they don't care that it's like they're looking at their bottom line. They want to make money. We're in the business to make money. Um, we don't care about what's going on with you personally. You know, you're here to do a job. We hire you to do a job, and that's just the mentality. That's just what it is. That's what it's always been. Let me see. A note. Oh, this is gonna be a fun one, Lance. You're gonna like this one. Pay and raises. Pay and raises.
Uh-oh.
What have you experienced? I'm gonna ask you first. What have you experienced with pay and raises with these corporate jobs? How? What type of
Nickel and
what type
dime.
of things have you went through trying to get fair pay or trying to get a raise that you deserved?
Nickel and dime. Nickel and dime. Nickel and dime. I mean, nickel and dime. Look, I've had different jobs. I've done a lot of things on my own. I've done things off the books. But the closest I've come to a corporate situation, even though it doesn't look like that, is working in Home Depot, because they are corporate, but the guys on the floor don't look like that. So people say, oh, you're not going there with a suit and a tie, but it's a corporate hierarchy.
Right.
And it's their job to not pay you, to not give you what you deserve. And they give other people more for favoritism. Okay, I know they hire people depending. Like, okay, when they hired me, they knew I had a lot of experience with flooring because of my father's business, right? And there's still things that they're going to teach you their way. When they see that you're there for a little while, they'll send you to classes. And that's the secret there. And once they start sending you to classes for different products to know how to convey the information to the consumer, you kind of got a toe in the door. But
Right.
don't think that they're going to love you, right? Because there's other people that can get hired. And it never really helped to have prior experience working there anyway. They want everything done their way. They benefit from your experience. So here you are now. Not only was I a cerebral asset, but I was, in their mind, a certified buck. Big, strong. Wow. And they didn't want to hear the fact that I could outdo so many of the people who were there who didn't have the knowledge that I had, or the personality to deal with the public. Because I can deal with the public because I'm talkative, I think quick on my feet. You couldn't get me upset. I'd handle customers and get them out of the aisle, get up and take things down from the top row up there on the bins and everything. And then at the end of the year, we're going to give you, they always find some way, like, Lance, we have to talk about this. And if you disagree, we understand. I said, oh, okay, I know what it is. You know, they gave me a raise of 15 cents.
Hold up, back that up again. Rewind. What?
15.
You are a grown man. You are a grown man. They gave you what?
15 cents. Well, you know, I'm gonna tell a little story that's only gonna take about 2.5 minutes.
No. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time.
No, because see, on the plantation, you ain't gonna play me that way. I'll act like I'm playing the rules. If you treat me fair, I'll play by the rules. But you gotta treat me fair. How are you gonna give me a 15-cent raise after a year? And then the insurance, the money that comes out for insurance out of my check goes up so much, over $1 or whatever. Oh. So really, I'm making less. Okay. Yeah. See, I'm gonna tell it. And if anybody works too long, they come and get me now. I didn't steal anything or anything like that. But I always figure out a way. So what did I do? Another thing they did is they may have an important walk by a regional manager. So the store has to be perfect, every tile in place. So they'll keep you there as long as you want when you work the night shift, and they have other people come in early. They'll pay you more money. Then they'll turn around and say, well, we have to cut the time. So I did all these hours pushing my body beyond the 8-hour limit, doing overtime. And now I can't get it really because I may get it there to a point and then I got to go cut the hours. Oh, it's good because you can go home early. No, I'm not making money sitting at home, right? So this is what I did. They had a delivery thing where you couldn't get things delivered for like 3 days. Now, when you go big size, tiles, huge rugs, just in case it might have been a little old grandmother who wanted to, you know, so sometimes you had guys that were sitting out in the parking lot who they had their pickup trucks. They're like, come outside here if you got anything and I'll deliver it. Well, they ran everybody off. They didn't want to see anybody benefiting from the new Home Depot there, because that was the first one in New York City, in Queens on Rockaway Boulevard, right? So I thought up my own thing. I got a pickup truck. I got a little hoopty pickup truck. And when they did that to me, and all those people wanted to buy tiles, the mortar, all the materials to do full houses and big rooms, and they say, oh, we don't have a car. How much is it to deliver? And I said, well, it's X amount, depending on where you are and everything. But I will say this, you can't take it today.
Right.
They said, what do you mean? I'm going to pay for it today. I said, no, you can't take it today. It's 3 days and it's curbside. We can't come on your premises as Home Depot, because if somebody comes inside and knocks over a lamp, or a woman says that something was said inappropriately to her, they don't want to be liable. So that's not going to happen. Curbside, I have a bad back. I can't bring these things inside. I said, well, you don't have anybody who can bring it in for you. You don't have anybody who can maybe deliver it, but I want it now. Then I get a little twinkle in my eye. I'm like, listen, there is a way that you can get it right now. Well, what are you talking about? I said, well, listen, we got rules here. We can't really say. Do you understand what I mean? But you can get it right now. Oh, so if I pay you, you have a way of getting it to my house now? Sure. Guess what? I didn't mind when they ran me up on time, when they had their special walks. And Lance, you know, you have to cut this 4 hours of overtime before the 2-week period is over. No problem. Then and there, I'm letting them know. They don't mind if you got out a little early or a little late from your lunch. I was like, listen, Ed, what? I got 4 hours of overtime to cut. Go ahead, man. Just don't worry about it. Just be back before. So you're not going to just limit me to cutting 1 hour or two. No. Take as much as you want. I'm out. Listen, my man, after you get out of the cash register, from the cash register, there's a green a green pickup truck, got a couple dents in the side, a Ford way over by the side. You go there and you load it up, or you have somebody load it up, because I can't do it. I don't want to be seen doing it. You load it up. I have the doors open. Nobody's going to take that old hoopty. Sit in there. I'll be watching, and I'm going to come over there and just drive you off, and you tell me where you want to go. I made so much money with that hustle. And they were like, Lance, you really save us, because every time we offer you overtime, you know, you always take it. You're the perfect employee. And I'm like, you are the perfect company, counting them hundreds of dollars. I took trips to Manhattan, to the Bronx. Remember, this was the first Home Depot. So people came from all over the city to go there.
Right.
Oh, yeah. I was so happy and I had a network now where other people in other departments, building materials, different ones, you take the van, you deliver it, you run up your time, give me half of the money. Man, yeah. I was like a dope dealer in that place. What? Yes.
That's how you got
the other story.
Yeah.
The other story, really quick, was when I was in the island of Florida department, and next to that department was a kitchen design department. It was a flaming gay guy who was over that area, but he was sick. So there was a woman who wanted to have her kitchen and bathrooms designed. She had different size tiles, the full 12 by 12, 12 by 6, 6 by 6, and she wanted to arrange them in different ways. So she was up in arms because she wanted to have a definitive something to show her husband. So I said, well, maybe I can help you. Oh, could you? I'm an artist. I saw what she wanted. I saw the color tile, everything. I got the grid paper and sketched out a few designs on it, colored it in. Here's one. Here's a suggestion. I gave her like almost, it was slow that day. I had a few customers that I had to deal with them. I said, wait right here. I give about 10 or 12 different designs with those different tiles, diagonal, alternate colors. Man, she was so happy, right? She gets home. And I didn't see her for a while, but she came back. She told me, and she told the people, I have to thank this young man here. He was the one that did, man, I got scolded. You are not supposed to do this. This is the job of the kitchen designer. I said, listen, she asked me. I helped her. She could have came back. Negro, you're here to be a big black buck lifting boxes, lifting tiles. You know you have sense. And they didn't say that. Now you know they would have been going to their dentist the next day. But this is how they are.
Wow. Wow. Well, you know what? No job, corporate or not, they're not going to pay you what you're worth ever. So don't ever think that a job you could be the, like you said, you could be the best employee. They're never going to pay you what you're worth. They're always going to lowball you because, like I said, it's about money and they trying to make a profit. They trying to make their investors happy. So that's not going to happen. But speaking of raises, most companies like to give you a 2 to 3% raise annually every year. And let's just say, for the sake of the discussion, they decide to give you a 2% raise. So I've crunched some numbers. I have crunched some numbers and kind of figured out how much you would actually get if you were getting a raise. Hold on for a second. Let me get my calculator.
Oh my God.
If you were getting a so-called quote.
You blacked out. You blacked out, Tracy.
Oh, it won't even let me go to my thing. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. Let's say you make $60,000 a year, and 2% of 60,000 is $1,200.
Mm-hmm.
That's $1,200 increase for the year. So you take $1,200. That's $100 a month, and if you get paid every 2 weeks, that's $50 a paycheck. Which is nothing because two things is going to eat that $50 raise up: inflation, taxes, and healthcare.
Of course.
So you really didn't get a raise. Think about it. You really did not get a raise. They love doing the 2% raise, and you can even make $100,000. You still not making $2,000. That's what, $2,000, maybe 2%.
That's nothing. Over a year, that's nothing.
Right. And it's like it's over. It's still going to be nothing. And those three things: inflation, taxes, and healthcare. That's still going to eat up your raise. And they're not even giving you a raise based on the current inflation. They're just throwing you 2%. Inflation could go up to what, 4 or 5%. They still going to give you that 2%. To me, if they're not giving you a raise for you to keep up with the rate of inflation, you're not getting a raise. So if inflation is up by 4 or 5% and you getting a 2% raise, guess what? You're still losing.
They're so shrewd. They think they're slick. But I bet you those bonuses at the end of the year for the higher ups don't get any lower. And that's their job.
They'll lay off a whole department and will tell you, oh, well, the company wasn't doing well. We had to get rid of this department. Truth is, CEO wanted $1 million raise. That's why.
No matter how the company performed, he wants that raise. And he's going to get it even if it underperforms.
Of course.
Wow.
Because they signed a contract. He signed a contract saying, hey, we'll give you $1 million raise for X amount of years. And they have to uphold that contract. So whether the company makes money or not, they still got to give him that raise. Because when he signed the contract, his raises are guaranteed. Yours are not.
Yeah. They'll say it's performance based for you,
Right. Of course.
And we didn't do that for this year. Yeah.
And don't let me talk about the bonuses. Oh, let me get on the bonus. And overtime. Bonus and overtime. In my state where I live, overtime and bonuses on a job can be taxed up to 40%. And so yes, bonuses and raises can be taxed up to 40% where I live, in the state I live in. And it's not just my state, it's other states, but in my state, it can be taxed up to 40%. So let's say, for instance, I get a bonus of $3,000. I'm going to see about 1,700 of that money after it's taxed 40%.
Man, shoot. And the little things you do in your life that you may consider a treat, a bit of a going to a restaurant, going here, going there, treating yourself to an outfit, buying something new in your home, furniture, whatever it may be, you know, cookware, whatever it may be that you like. It's not even, you know, it's just, and what bugs me out is that we have so many people who are dying to go over to America because they think it's so, you know, they think it's so nice and so much better.
Bring up the points that I mentioned in this video, in this call, on this conversation. Tell them the points or ask them to watch this.
Right,
replay.
right. I'll show you the link because you take care of all of it. Yeah, exactly.
So they can know, yeah, you making more money in America, but more is being taken from you, and you're gonna work. You are going to work yourself in the ground to make that money.
Under the gun. Yep.
You're not gonna have the free time that you think you're gonna have. You're not gonna have a life because you won't have a life. A lot of these companies where they're making six figures and all this money, these people don't have a life.
Right. They don't.
They can't even enjoy the fruits of their labor because I am at work. I know people right now that's probably on the computer right now clearing the email. And today's supposed to be a government holiday, a federal holiday.
Right.
And they're probably on their computer right now trying to clear email so they can have a head start for Tuesday morning.
Wow. Still on the job.
Mm-hmm. And in certain positions, like if you're in an executive position, a higher up position, they expect you to be available during non-work hours. If something comes up or an emergency happens, they expect you to be available.
Look at that.
Now, could you imagine going on a job, getting this job, and then they say, "Okay, Lance, we're going to start you out at $175,000 a year." But if you get a call on Sunday afternoon and we need you to hop online and for this meeting, we expect you to be available for this meeting on Sunday afternoon if we have to have a Sunday afternoon meeting.
So therefore, for this money, we're going to give you a company cell phone that you must answer.
Yeah.
And it won't be something top of the line.
Mm-mm.
We give you an old Nokia from 1998. Just you rings, you pick it up. You ain't flexing on us.
Let's say you're on one of your balconies. You're sitting out. You're looking at the mountain range or something.
That's what I'm doing now.
Look, or you're taking that walk. You know, you're in the city. You're in the car, and you were just walking down the street filming,
hanging out, enjoying myself. Exactly.
You're at a restaurant. You're enjoying your favorite meal from that restaurant, and your phone rings.
Oh man. And I get the call.
Yeah. And you sitting in front of Miss Scurv, and you sitting in front of Miss Scurv, you have to say, "Oh, I'm sorry, honey. Excuse me. I got to take this call."
Oh man.
And you gone for like 45 minutes to an hour.
Exactly. Or
and
they
then
make
you come back. She don't finish eating her meal, and they got yours boxed up.
Boxed up. Exactly. Didn't even have the joy of finishing it and whatever. Oh man.
But this is reality in some corporate jobs. This is the reality. When you get up there and you get these high positions, this is the trade-off. You want the money? We want your time. We want your energy.
Your life.
We want your life. And number one, we want your soul even. We even want your soul.
Wow.
But that is the trade-off. And some people think the trade-off is worth it because I think they look at it like, at least I won't be in debt. at least I will have my needs met. But at what expense though? Yeah,
Right.
your bills are paid. You don't have to worry about having your lights turned off. You don't have to worry about where your next meal is coming from. But look at how much you're paying to avoid those things.
Mm.
Yeah, you in the gated community. Yeah, you in the gated community, but you know, from a spiritual standpoint, you're also gated. You're also
Yeah,
enclosed in a prison because you
that's
can't
right.
enjoy life. I've had coworkers that, you know, their husbands have high positions. And it's like, oh, we going on a vacation next month. My husband can't go. It's just gonna be me and the kids. What? Because he has to stay behind and be quote unquote available when that phone rings.
Oh God. Don't plan a romantic getaway and be there.
They have to take the company phone. You can plan the getaway. You better take that company phone.
And that laptop,
Yeah, and the laptop. Yeah,
so they can see you.
yeah.
And they're going to cause the inopportune time. Unbelievable. They own you.
Yes.
So you're not even enjoying that $175,000.
No, and I keep telling people, I'm like, yeah, it's a good salary. If you're in a certain industry, like you're in the tech industry, and that's like, you know, tech pays a lot more than your regular traditional jobs. You can
Right.
still be an employee and make 175 to 200,000, depending on your what you specialize in. That's fine. You'll still be a regular employee. You can still enjoy it. But for the most part, with these corporate jobs, people that make that much money and higher, it comes at a grave cost. And it's sad, but it comes at a high cost.
Wow.
I'm reading some of the comments. Yes, Gina E, these corporate jobs are handlers. They are. They are. You are right about that. You are right
Not
about
allowed
that.
to have your own life. Mm.
I was looking at a video. I forgot. I wanted to forward it to you, but I gotta find it. It was a few months ago, and they were talking about these companies and how stingy some of these companies are. This one guy, he worked in sales for this company, and he brought in like over $1 million worth of sales that year for the company.
Wow.
At the end of the year, they gave this man $100 gift card. I want to find it. I don't know where it is. I really want to find it
Oh
and send
my God.
this $100 gift card. And I'm looking like I would have quit that same day. I brought you over $1
No.
million this year, and you give me $100. But you know what? That is legal over here. He can't sue for that. As bad as that sounds, he would have no case.
You're right. You're right. But somewhere in the fine print, he probably signed off on agreeing to something. You know, you're so happy to get the job, but then you don't really look at the fine print.
No one looks at the fine print because you know what blinds them from the fine print? The salary.
The salary.
If
And they
I'm
think they're
working,
going to get a couple of years out of it.
if I'm working a job and I was making 60 and I get a job, my new job, like, okay, we're gonna pay you 85. All I can hear is 85K. I'm not hearing nothing else. I'm not paying attention to nothing else. All I hear is 85,000.
And you start spending it already.
Right.
So you get
Yes. But the thing is, I hear 85,000, but like we were saying just now, I don't know the cost I'm gonna have to pay for that 85,000 yet. All I know is I just got this job, it's paying me 85,000. What am I gonna have to pay for that? What am I gonna have to give up for that 85,000? Because when you first get a job, and let's just be honest, when you first get a job, and that's any job in America, I don't know about overseas, there's something I like to call the honeymoon stage. It's just like a relationship. The beginning of your relationship is fantastic. The first year or two is fantastic. Same thing with a job. That first 6 months or 3 months, or however long it lasts, everybody's nice to you. The management comes up and checks on you, and oh, you're
Love
is everything
bombing.
okay? Yeah, everything's fine. And then you're like, you come home every night, you're like, man, they nice. They so nice. I love this job because my manager's nice, my coworkers are nice. But you don't know who the, and excuse my French, you don't know who the asshole is yet. You don't know who the gossiper is yet. You don't know who the you don't know who the backstabber is yet.
Well, when you look at the digestive system of the human body, the asshole is connected to the mouth. And that person who you're kissing up with, I don't mean literally, that's treating you so nice is bringing back all your information to the asshole, who usually is one of the higher ups.
Oh gosh. Yes. You don't know who's who in that honeymoon period. And so I tell
That's
people,
right.
okay, you're happy that you got a new job. Okay, that's good. Be happy. But guess what? Find out who's who. You don't know if somebody has it out for you as soon as you come in that job. They don't know. You don't know who's looking at you as their competition. Especially when you are Black. So, like I said, they look at the salary, they're excited. They look at the benefits, they're excited. And then they're on the job for a year. I hate this job. Now they hate the job. Because once they start to set into the job, people will tend to switch up on you.
Wow.
It's especially if they see that you're a good worker and that you've started out a job and you like, you know how some people start out a job, they just want to fit in, they just want to make a good impression, so they say yes to everything. And I tell people, I said, when you first start a job, I said, to stop saying yes to everything because they're going to get used to you saying yes. And then that's how you end up being used in these jobs. You have to create boundaries in the beginning with these jobs, because if you go in there and be the yes man, you're in for a rude awakening and you're going to end up being used.
You'll be the do boy or do girl. When they say a person's a do boy, that means that every time they ask them something, they're going to do it. You'll be the do boy or the do girl. And then now, if you do say no after so many times of saying yes, it's more of a crime than that person who said yes 20% of the time.
Right.
Because you're designated now. You got them used to it. They expecting it now. You like that waitress that slipped a free side order of fries to the customer for that tip they gave them. Now, when the boss is looking at you, you can't do it. So now they're gonna be mad at you.
Yes. Of course. Because first of all, when they have you go do their, when they have you go do all their, grunt work for them, 9 times out of 10, it's outside of what they hired you to do. So they get used to having you as free labor in some areas. And when you no longer agree to be the free labor, then they get angry with you. Yeah. They get angry with you refuse to be the free. Oh yeah, which brings, speaking of free labor,
we were depending on you.
Yeah.
What happened to the company? The company spirit.
See, look, team player. They call that team player.
Yeah, team player. Exactly. You're a team player.
Team player.
Oh, you know what the manager at Home Depot used to tell us? It was me and a couple of Nigerian guys and one white guy who would always hide, and he was entitled. And we had these walks. Like I said, they'd have to make sure that everything was in place. And we would be up there 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning after being there from 3 o'clock already, because we had to leave at 12 or something like that. 3 o'clock in the morning. Who do you think was Dusty, did the most work? I used to get mad. I was getting very verbal. I did not care. And they were starting to get scared of me because I was a nice guy. I did my work, whatever. But when these other guys stopped pulling the weight and the supervisor started having their favoritism not coming down on them, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And here's what he would do. I won't mention his name. The department head. Oh, you guys are great. Oh, no. We're the warriors. You guys are the warriors, man. You guys get it done. Oh, God, we're going to make sure that you get taken care of because they're the warriors. My guys are the warriors. And there was another black guy. Yeah, man, Lance, we're the warriors, man. We're going to do it. I'm like, you fool. That's like on the plantation when they tell us one who was enslaved, I bet you can't lift those, bales, whatever they're, oh, God, the haystack thing there, right? Yeah, I can do it. I bet you can't. Yeah, I do it. That enslaved Negro would sit up all night and do the whole thing by himself for a little pat on the head, an extra slice of watermelon. Please.
Speaking of which, how about this is, you know what? And I'm going to go ahead and share this story from what happened to me, to my team on my job last summer. It was something like that. So our director sent an email out saying that we're going to have a team luncheon. We're going to have a team luncheon next week. It's going to be on this date. We're going to order pizza. Everybody, we're just going to have a team luncheon. We're like, okay. So that next week comes, the luncheon comes, day comes. And so they have it in a designated room or whatnot.
You dropped off, Tracy.
Oh, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we go in the lounge area. We have a little lounge area on our job. And so they sent the email out saying we're going to have a luncheon, team luncheon, blah, blah, blah. And we're going to have a project with this team lunch. So I'm like, okay, so I'm thinking it's going to be something new, like a new concept, a new procedure or something they're trying to get us to learn. No, Lance, no. I'm going to tell you what this is. And feel free to laugh, but it wasn't funny last time. It's funny now. It wasn't funny to me last time. I was pissed off. I was really pissed that they played us like this. But I'm going to tell a story
I'm
anyway.
laughing already.
Lance, we walk in the lounge and they got like rows of tables and it was like a whole bunch of papers and envelopes on these tables. I'm like, what the hell kind of project did they got us? I'm thinking we about to go in and learn the software so we can do some of our procedures more efficient or something like that. They had a bunch of papers and envelopes on a table. And so we get in there directly like, we need y'all to stuff these envelopes and we need these mailed out by the end of the week to our customers around the world. I'm like, excuse me? So we stuffing envelopes. We had to stuff over 10,000 envelopes that week.
Oh my God.
That is what it was about. They want us to stuff envelopes and then they thought that giving us pizza one day is going to encourage. Yeah, Lance, yes.
But you can't get your own pizza.
I'm sitting up here, I'm stuffing envelopes. And let me tell you, we stuffing these envelopes, the work that we really supposed to be doing, like our job, we don't get to do that because we're stuffing envelopes. Because our director wanted to be the star, the star department. She wanted her brownie points to say that her department helped this other department send the envelopes that had to be stuffed to send out. That came from a totally different department that had nothing to do with our department.
Oh man.
We sitting in there stuffing envelopes. So we pretty much had to print out the papers that go in the envelopes, print out the labels, and then put everything together, put it in the envelope, mail them off. Only for half of them to come back through the mail undelivered.
Oh no. We're gonna have you sweep floors next.
I was so pissed. I'm like, we're stuffing envelopes. We are stuffing envelopes, y'all. I'm like, this is embarrassing. No other department is doing this for us.
Or they're gonna have you wear a mammy outfit and you walk up to the white supervisor like, "May I tote you a dip of water, massa? Is we
But
sick?"
Harrison, this was so embarrassing. I'm like, our own work is getting behind because we stuff an envelope. You couldn't tell us we want you to stuff envelopes. You had to say we're working on a project. We're having a team luncheon. You see how they like to word stuff to not tell you exactly what you're gonna be doing.
Wow.
But
Are
yeah,
you with me? Okay, there you go.
I still yeah. But yes, I think about on stuff like that, and I'm like, why is this allowed to go on? And it's like other people in the company turn a blind eye to certain things that go on within the company, knowing that they're abusing employees, knowing that they're underpaying employees, knowing that they're overworking employees, and employees are being burned out and they're asking for time off. And you know, like I shared with you all earlier about the days that we get off in the US, the average days that the average person gets off. What is 14 days in 1 year? And it's 12 months in a year, and there's almost 30 days in each month. What is 14 days?
I know.
I'm working 40 hours a week, 160 hours a month for you to say, okay, you gave me 160 hours, here's 8 hours back. You're not even giving me a full day back. You just gonna give me 8 hours.
Yeah, and
And
that sleep
you,
that you're sleep deprived with now,
yeah,
you can't make your body feel back right again.
yeah, and at least give me 24 hours back when I work 30. No, you gonna give me 8 hours back when I give you 160 hours.
Mm, mm. How do they
But
say
they
it?
just don't
Hell to the no, to the no, no, no.
And see, I guess that's what makes America, thrive in capitalism, because that's capitalism for you.
Yep, yep.
That is capitalism for you.
And there's so many people who come who believe the lies and
So
walk
what
right into the
as
trap.
far as I know how they look at America, but what do they believe as far as the job market? Do they fantasize about? Do they have a fantasy belief about the job market as well?
Well, here's the thing. There's a lot of people I talk to here in Ghana who will either have a friend or a family member or somebody that they know through social media who's Ghanaian who lives in America. And it seems to be a common situation with many who are foreigners that come to America, whether it's the Caribbean, Africa, even other races of people, that they never tell you how they suffer. See, they always show you the big things, the good things. When they come back home to visit, I don't care if they're cleaning toilets, they have to show out. If they got to save all year for an outfit and a piece of cheap cubic zirconia or whatever, they're going to get their hair done, they got the shoes on, they're going to show out like everything's so good and lure the other ones in. Now, when I try to tell them how it is, they don't want to hear it. They think it's a secret. They think that I have some way of getting all the money over there and I'm trying to keep it for myself. They're like, why would I be over here? I love it over here, but there is also a financial incentive for my situation. And so they will say, oh, but there's no jobs here. They're not going to give you a job, Bruni. We can't even get jobs. I said, I didn't come here to look for a job. And I tell people who are in America who are coming out here, you better have an independent source of income,
Right.
something, right? You're not going to come here and get a job. Oh, you being negative, man. You trying to discourage. No, I'm telling you the truth. And let me add on to that. Just like the girl, I was just telling a friend of mine a little while ago, the girl I was talking to not too long ago was so happy and overjoyed to get a job in a restaurant. I don't know if you heard this part. Shut me up if you did. She was going to get hired to get this job in a restaurant. She knew that 95% chance that she was going to get this job. It was a kind of a distance away, but she just knew she'd be all right. She was going to be a waitress, and it's a swanky restaurant, right? In the swanky part of Ghana, in Accra. So she goes to the man for this last interview, and he's breaking it down how much she's going to get paid. Now, mind you, the exchange rate, okay? Mind you, I'm going to tell you what the exchange rate is. I'm going to tell you what she was getting paid. So when she found out what she was getting paid, she's like, oh my God, is there any way that I can sleep here? Because transportation would have dug into her money. But I didn't think it was that bad. And he had the balls to say this because you see here, there are no real regulatory commissions here. There's nobody to enforce proper employment tactics.
Right.
Sexual harassment, you better be ready for it, and you're not going to be able to do a damn thing about it. So he said, oh, you want to sleep here? I have a room in the back where you can sleep, but I'm going to be sleeping here also. So if you want, we can sleep together if you want to sleep here. And do you know that he had the arrogance to talk this way after he offered her a whopping 500 CDs a month? Now, 500 anything a month don't sound right. But let's break it down as to why, and I'll get her on to tell the story too. As a matter of fact, I'm going to get her on to tell the story. 500 CDs a month at an exchange rate, it's $1 for 15.65 CDs. Let's take off the 65, right? 500 CDs a month. Do you know how much that is? That is $32 a month,
Oh wow.
$8 a week. And he just knew she was so hungry that, yeah, I'll sleep with you to get that money. This is how it is here. Whatever profession, well, the police must be making more. Yeah, they'll make more. But I bet you go to any old raggedy hood drugstore and see that security guard that don't give a damn what you're stuffing in your pockets, and he's getting more than that too. All
Yeah.
right? The
Wow.
American dream. They're so sold on it because they see all of the celebrities, they see people who are getting mortgages and paying car notes. See, here's not like that. They're going to try to do better with mortgages and stuff like that eventually, but the economy is not conducive to that. So
Yes.
the cars you see pretty much the people who bought cash,
Yes.
unless now you have a government job and you can get somewhat of a piece of a bank loan to help you out or have outright cash because you know they have people who come from America and they did good. Yeah, they had people that did good, but they got a skill set. You're not just gonna roll up on somebody out of Ghana, out of anywhere in this financial climate, and get something that you're gonna pay out a lot, and they don't want to hear that because they think it's the same, right? So if you're paying cash for a car out here, most part, 90% of the people, all those Lexuses and Toyotas and BMWs, they must have paid cash for it too, and maybe they're making that much money that they can pay. No, it ain't like that, buddy. It ain't like that. Unless now you have a way where somebody can sponsor you, you have some family here. Can I rent a room? You know what I mean? With all
Yeah.
that's taken care of. I work close to where I live, or just a train or bus ride away. But there's so much more to that. And they cannot believe how expensive things are. That they're making this money, but they don't want to hear it because they hear how much some of the jobs are paying. And we're talking dollars now, right? $1 is 15 CDs. 500 CDs is $8 a week. The 500 a month. The day labor for most unskilled, this is off the record. It may be more or less depending on who's paying what. But there's a lot of people who live way out. I can't even say country, way out. I'm not going to say jungle, but I'm just saying they're way out, 100, 200, 300 miles away. Accra or Kumasi, the second biggest city in Ghana, they'll have better jobs there because now it's a tighter place and it's more urban. And the people way out, how are they going to make money?
Right.
So you have guys who come here who have learned to do construction, not by going to school or working with some big company where somebody showed them this, showed them that. So you might get that. So when you're that type of laborer out in the sun all day long, you might get 100 CDs for the day. 100 CDs for the day. Let's break it down again. That's about $6.66. But it looks good because it's 100 CDs. So you can get anybody. to do some work for 100 CDs. There's a guy that lives down the road that helps out when Mr. Scurv may be out of town or traveling, and he'll come by. And the amount of land I have, I broke it down into 3 parts. It's very sizable. Those who've seen it. To do the whole yard is 300 CDs. Less than $20, a little bit less than $20. I'm not trying to take advantage of them, but that's what the going rate is. That's what they expect. And if you do give more, you shouldn't shoot yourself in the foot, because he's not going to take a short no more. Because if this was America and this size land, to take one machete and do a little landscaping, chopping this around, keeping the good plants and chopping out the weeds, they're going to hit you for a couple $100 of work that is here. And not that I'm lazy, but if Miss Scurv is out of town or something, I better not chop down the wrong thing.
Oh,
This guy knows what he's doing. Right. I better not chop down, step on something. Those are her babies.
yeah. I was looking at this YouTube video just last night. This guy, his family moved from Tanzania to Ohio in the US. And he
what a
moved.
change.
He
Oh God. Just the weather alone.
Yeah, that's right. He moved with them at first, but he said he had to come back to Tanzania because he said you make money in America, but they also take your money. He said as soon as you make the money in America, it's taken.
Make and take. Yep. Your pimp slack.
Right, because they nickel and dime you over here. They nickel and dime you over here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wanted to tell you, I want to do a sidebar and tell you about this. You know, over here, as far as nickel and dime, you know, over here when you're paying like utility bills, and you have I don't know about how it was where I am, you have the choice with a light company to get solar panels put on your house.
Oh, yeah.
Solar. You know that's a ripoff in some states in the US. So you get those solar panels, and what I did not know is like a lot of people get the solar panels to get rid of their light bill. What I did not know is if you got those solar panels through your provider for as far as your light company, they still have control over your panels and can actually regulate and turn them off and on as they need to.
Oh, heck no.
So let's say let's say you got the solar panels and you're not using enough energy. They charge you for not using enough energy, or they charge you for using too much if you get it through your light company. That I did not know. If
you can't make a move and not feel as though you're shackled. Have me out here in Africa singing Denise Williams. I'm so glad to be free, free, free. And I still ain't free all the way. Damn it.
If you get the solar panels on your own, you pay the 25, 30,000 to get them on your own. The light company can still tap into those solar panels remotely to see how much you're using and not using, to see how much energy you're generating, how little energy you're doing. Yes.
There's more to that than meets the eye. Then I don't need it. I need to be independent.
But I did not know that. I just learned that the other day. I didn't know that.
Wow.
Getting solar panels in the US, it can still be regulated by your energy provider. It can still be regulated by them. They can still control it.
Well, I soon plan to get some, and they don't do that. They can't do that out here. Everything is, Well,
I know they can't do that out. They can definitely do that over here. In the United States, you get solar panels on your house, your light company, they can still dictate, they can still tap into it and see how much you're using or how little you're generating. They can still bill you based on, how much if you use more than what you should, or if you're not generating enough, they can still bill you.
This is ridiculous.
Hey, I just learned that the other day.
Where does it end? Can we live?
Apparently not.
They're going to ticket you for passing gas in your bedroom at night.
Well, of course, Lance, you already know, here in the U.S., if you have planned to have your own organic garden, they want you to start registering your garden with the state and the government.
That is, so your relationship between yourself and the creator and the amenities that you get from growing your own food, you have to register this thing like a weapon. Oh man. Yeah, I'm planting seeds. How many apples did you eat this month? Well, I ate 14 apples. Okay, there's a tax on that. Non-GMO, we're going to tax you more. The GMOs are cheaper. I can see it now.
That was just a little sidebar. Don't mean to get off, but yeah, I had to chime in on those solar panels. That was crazy to me.
But that's cool. That's cool.
That was crazy to me. Okay, so the next thing I had, I'm getting through these notes. Promotions. I think we touched on promotions with these jobs, how they don't want to give you promotions, and how I even had some jobs, some people tell me instead of giving them a promotion or a bonus, they just gave them that pizza party or that luncheon I was telling you about.
Mm-hmm.
So you think food is going to compensate me for all the hard work and all the money that I've saved you or that I've made you for the year? You think food is going to do it for me?
They just think they can feed you crumbs.
Pizza party? You gonna give me a pizza party? Are you serious? I'm not a little kid at Chuck E. Cheese. I don't need a pizza party.
Man, whining and dining, you talking about he loves you. He wants to take you out tonight. You getting a Happy Meal. That's all he did. Yeah. I wouldn't be mad at any woman who gets mad at that. You to my you gold digger. No, you're not. You cheat and you don't really no.
But yeah, with these promotions, nepotism, like you mentioned earlier, plays a big role in some of these companies. Now they're not supposed to do this, but the people that don't look like us, they get away with it all the time. Personal firsthand experience, the job I'm at now, the company I work for now. My particular coworker, she started out as one of my coworkers. We worked alongside each other. Her mother is best friends. I'm talking about best friends, like grew up with this person, with the director in our department. Last year, we needed a manager because one of the manager that I had, it was unfortunate, something happened to them and unfortunate. So they had a management position that was open. You know who got that position?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You got it. Okay.
And that's a conflict of interest.
It is.
That is a conflict of interest. But when you are in certain places and certain people, anything goes, and people will turn a blind eye to that. Especially when you're a person that everybody likes, you can pretty much get away with whatever you want to get away with.
Yeah.
So have you ever experienced nepotism in the companies that you've worked for, whether it be within management or within your team or with coworkers, or any type of favoritism?
Oh yes. And I mean blatant stuff. I just want to say something real quick to Gina E. When she goes to get that Happy Meal from the man, she'll be like, I didn't know McDonald's sold sausages. But anyway, let me anyway.
Oh, yeah, I'm looking at the comment, a pizza party or Christmas party. Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, favoritism, the whole sexual thing going on, I'm not going to get lewd. I'm just saying that was there. I saw it right there in Home Depot. There was another incident that wasn't about that, but two people were messing around. It really became something nasty. But I've seen that on a low level because I spot these things. I don't look for them, but things just come to me. My mind is clear and I see it for what it is, and that's what it is. Nepotism, yeah. I was doing security work while I was in high school in Manhattan. After school, I was always, and training, and it was at this place called Art Brown. I believe it was on 46th Street. The Small Hats owned it, and the name wasn't Art. They just said Art Brown, but I think one of the guys' name was Arthur, but they changed it to just Art Brown. And it was a high-end artist supply shop. And I loved it because I draw and I'm into art. And I worked at this company. I had to wear a uniform and everything. Of course, I'm old, big and muscular. I'm 17 years old, whatever. And it was family that was in there. And you just didn't know. Even a lot of the customers that came in, they would ask you certain things. They would check it. Now, it wasn't me because I just had to stand there and look scary. But a lot of folks got fired from that place. And the people that weren't even working there that were family had pulled when they were there. It just wasn't fair from what I saw. And on top of that, there were a lot of celebrities that would come in. Just on a side note, Chuck Barris, I met him a couple of times from the Gong Show back in the 70s. He used to collect expensive pens from all over the world. And these pens were like jewelry. And they wrote extremely well. Yeah. And there was a gay guy over there, older guy, gay guy. I couldn't believe this guy came into work with hickeys on his neck. Go figure. On his back of his neck. Okay, so you know what he was doing. And so he knew I was an artist, and he would always have me come and like write on the paper. And I said, man, this is like a daggone Cadillac, this thing, the way the ink comes off. But yeah, and it had a little office way upstairs, but it was closed in, and it was like a opening the size of a huge computer monitor, and they would look over the floor and watch everybody. But the tension in that place, you know, but you didn't know who was family and who wasn't. You knew some family worked there. You didn't know who was coming in to buy stuff, wanting to cut deals and, you know, and try to catch you and stuff like that. Yeah. Some people stole in front of me and had money in their hand because some of the stuff was very, very expensive. This wasn't a regular art store, right? They had Pearls on Canal Street. It was 5 or 6 stories high, everything you want, but good prices. This stuff here was high-end stuff. So I had a guy who, most of the stuff was big. You couldn't just put it in your pocket. But I forgot what it was, and he had it in his hand, and it was worth $200 or $300, whatever this was, back then, right? Mm-hmm. And he had $100 in his hand. And he was looking at me smiling. And so I called one of the guys, one of the managers over. And come to find out, about 2 weeks later, the same guy came in and he went upstairs with the bosses to eat lunch because he was the cousin. Now, if I would have took that $100 and I was working through an agency and they would have had me arrested.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't get down like that. You never, I had people trying to set me up on jobs big time. No. I don't know nothing about it, and I don't get down like that. You won't get me that way, you know.
And it also Oh, sorry. Well, I was going to chime in. It also kind of makes you wonder, like with all the nepotism with the family and the friends and stuff. What is their pay rate? I know it's not what you pay. I know it's not what you pay me. What are you paying them? Because they're not doing as much work as I'm doing.
No, right, but you know what? Too. It might be a good deal for some of them, depending if it's a small place, because you're family, so you ain't gonna do nothing.
Right.
You know, go in your office and play on the, you know, watch porn or whatever, order out, get in the party line. You know, hey, we give you this. But you have to be the eyes and ears. You have to hear the gossip, and then they don't know that you're related. Or maybe they aren't giving them a whole lot more. You know? I would suppose so. You know, it's funny.
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying, a friend of mine called me today. Is when I first got down to Orlando in early 2001, and I knew I was going for the corrections job because I was already going for the background investigation and going to the tour and all. You had to do 4 different things, right? But this is in Orlando. So when I went there, this was May. Was it May, April, March? I'm not sure. I think it was early May of 2001. And down on International Drive, they had a security guard job open. Now, I had sold my home in New York, and, you know, my bank account was looking pretty good. But I wanted to keep my hands moving and learn and talk to people and get around. So I went in for the interview, and short white guy from the UK, we talked. 3 hours later, we're still talking, laughing, joking. You know, he called me today. And so I told him straight up, I just want to keep my hands moving. I hate to just sit at home and not do anything. but I'm going to get called for correction soon. And I know I'm getting the job. He said, no problem. We became the best of friends. We lost contact. Today he calls me. Now, see, he was working there at that particular mall. It's an outdoor mall for tourists, Point Orlando on International Drive. I worked there. It's funny because he was merely working there as a supervisor, but in these last 5.5 years, he started his own security company. It's doing very well. And he just got the contract with Point Orlando for the next 3 years, starting on September 9th. But he didn't know that I moved to Africa, right? So we're speaking about nepotism, right? But here he's white, I'm black. But he's like, hey, Lance, you know, I know you must be retired by now. We got so much we got to catch up on. But listen, I'll need you to come down and work a couple hours. I'm going to pay you well. Don't worry about, you don't have to do no background investigation. No, me and him are mad cool with each other, right? So we talked about other things. I said, listen, man, I'd love to come work for you, you know, because he knows me. We hit it off from when we first did the interview. The first, I'm going to bring him on one day and have him tell it how it was when me and him first met. He's going to tell it in detail. We were joking, you know, he moved a little bit of a funny way. A fart came out. I said, how long were you holding that fart? This is the guy who's interviewing me for the job. We were laughing. And at the end of the interview, he said, you know, you got the job, Lance. I'm like, I know. But this would have been a form of interracial nepotism because we're not related by blood. But the fact of the matter is we go back 23 years. You see what I mean?
Wow.
And nobody would ever know. And he knows my work ethic, whatever. I said, man, if I was there, I would be working there with you, man. And it would be a thing. We all need money, but it would be kind of like just for the fun of it, just because. You know what I mean? I said, I'm getting a Social Security check next year, and I got my pension now. Man, it'll be fun and games for me. Wow. I would love that. I'll still do my shows and meet people there, all these tourists. I have all kinds of zany characters coming on every day.
Of course, but see, you see how you just described that beautiful situation, that interaction?
Yeah.
How can AI determine that? We just talked about this earlier in the show. I kept saying they're using AI to do. How is AI? No,
they can't
do that.
The trust that he has in me, we've worked together, and he knows how I get down. You know what I mean? You can't replace that. I mean, it would be like a nepotism type situation without the negativity, because he was doing background investigations while we were speaking.
Right.
So, you know, when you get to a certain age, you have a little experience with people know your character. AI can't compensate for that.
Right.
I've been to his house. I know his family. He knows. But I mean, we're like, you know, and we talk about the world and racism and everything. And he's a white man. Come on now.
Yeah.
And we teach each other things with martial artists, all this stuff. He knows, man, we hit it off. And he would call me when I was in corrections for one night type gigs where it was more people at this particular restaurant in the mall. It was a Greek thing we had to do. And I actually got into a fight. Not a fight, but I had a bunch of guys on me because I had yanked one of their buddies who didn't want to listen, who was going to hit one of the other guys. So I grabbed him, knocked him down. I was on top of him, and I had like 5 or 6 people piling up on top of me, drunk Greek guys. But the cops came and everything, but they were waiting outside for me, but they got them out of there. That's not even on the topic, but I'm just saying, like, just memories hit me that no matter what, no matter how much time goes by in your life, and you know somebody, and you know their character, and you know their family. We spoke for 3 hours the day before I did this show. I had to get off just to do the show. Yeah. Because oh my God, I got 30 minutes to do the show. That's why I texted you. I said, 30 minutes to showtime. I had just got off. Yeah.
Wow.
That's precious.
That is amazing. Like you said, AI cannot replace that. I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they think AI should be involved in something like that. Like you would have never, you got a good friend out of that. And that was just a job interview. That's why stuff like that AI doesn't need to have a hand in stuff like that.
Exactly. And see, the thing is that if and when I do come, if it happens to be Orlando, just for the hell of it, I may come. If I come out there for 2 months, I'm like, listen, man, the first month I'm coming out there, I'm gonna work with you. Oh man, I can't wait. We're gonna walk up and down laughing and talking. I'm gonna get a check. And I was joking with him. I said, man, when I come back to America working with you, I'm gonna have white man privileges. He knew what I meant though. Like that's how they do. Hey,
Yeah.
Bill, I need you to so and so and so and so and so and so. I'm still pissed at you because you stole my girlfriend 33 years ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
it should be that way with us as a people.
Right.
It really should be that way. It's sad. Hmm.
That's right. Did you ever see the viral I don't know if it was a TikTok or video. Well, it was some kind of video. I think it was a TikTok video. The man retired from a fast food place. The black man, I think it was like Hardee's or Wendy's or someplace. He was there for
Uh-huh.
27 years, and all they gave him was like some stationary stuff, like pencils, pens. They gave
Oh,
him
heck
a
no.
little gift bag of stuff. It went viral. He worked there for 27 years. They didn't have anything for this man when he retired. They didn't give him anything. And it was like
Nothing.
he worked for 27 years. He didn't miss a day. He was never late. And they didn't give him anything. That like people, I think his daughter, somebody did like a video about what he got. They gave him like a little bag with like stuff that could have been in somebody's desk drawer when he retired.
Oh,
And
God.
I think his daughter or somebody videotaped it, put it online, and they put up a GoFundMe for that man to have a retirement. And he got a
Wow.
GoFundMe for retirement. Yes. Yes.
Wow. Wow. Yes, I will do that for sure, Gina. Yes. Yeah. Let me tell you something. That Hardee's would have been standing. All I'll do is sing the Ohio Players song from back in 1974. Fire, dun, 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 fire.
I mean, I'm serious, man. They did not give this man, and the only thing this man probably would have had was like his social security, and that's it. But they didn't give him anything. They set up a GoFundMe. I think hopefully he got the money. But yeah, they set up a GoFundMe to fund this man's retirement.
God, Lord. Imagine that.
Yeah, they don't like, and to me, this is why so many people lean towards entrepreneurship. Because if I'm
Yeah,
gonna work hard, if I'm gonna do blood, sweat, and tears, if I'm gonna work 80 hours a week, it's gonna be because of something that's gonna benefit me directly. It's gonna be on my dime, not
that's
anybody
right.
else.
That's right. But see, like even out here, they have no choice but to many who take to the streets in the villages, in the city, at the red lights where it's busy. You might see 40 or 50 young ladies, with the stuff on top of their head, selling this, selling that. And it's not easy, but a lot of them do much better than what they would do on a job here. That's sad. And at first, when I first came to Ghana in 2019, I said, wow, these people here are enterprising. They are motivated. Well,
Right,
you got to be motivated, but they had no choice. They had
right,
no choice because these jobs out here, it's they slave drive you out there, but they're taking advantage of you out here. So a lot of these women and men, they'll take to the streets and sell things, and they'd rather make a little stand by the side. I'm talking about where I hate to say the word common folk like it's something below, but they're not the affluent with lots of money. And they made up their
right.
mind and they said, you know what, this is what I'm gonna do. My only thing is some of the fellas out here, this has nothing to do with jobs, but they make babies and run or don't even care to think, how am I gonna take care of this child? And a lot of the women out here, there is no child support out here. There is no child support setup where you can put somebody on. No, they don't have that here. You have a baby, if that man is not morally upright, you on your own. And I see it a lot. And it's almost like, okay, in the mountains, in the country, it's no problem. It's just an extra mouth to feed, extra scoop of whatever. You know, so it's not a big thing. You have extended family. That's one thing they do have: the aunts, the uncles, the cousins, the mother, the father, the grand, all this land. Okay, build a little home over there. Do a little something over there for yourself. We'll take care of the baby while you go out in the street and try to make some money. But it's tight. But they walk around feeling it's inferior because America is this golden land of opportunity, you know? And you're better off here showing some unity and do what you have to do and, you know, build something up and take your time. But everybody wants to go on their own. Okay, I cannot wait to go to America. And whatever reason they have to go to America, it don't work out that way. Not to be negative, right? I knew a guy who he claimed to be a pastor, and he's a nice guy. And he became a pastor, and that's another thing out here. Every other guy, every other cab driver is a pastor. I am Pastor so-and-so. Where's your church? On the corner of so-and-so and so. And they got the speakers outside in the street, and they, you know, hoping people come out and bring them money. You know? Everybody's a pastor. This guy went to America. He's a pastor, all right. Knocked up 4 women. Didn't realize there's child support. Didn't have enough money to flee. So he's out there working. They taking his check. Oh, I wish I could come back to Ghana. Talk to me. Did you fall off? Let me see something. I've been yapping for a while. Okay, yeah, you fell off. I just put you back in.
No, it's fine. I can still hear you. I was just gonna wait for you to stop. I'm like, when he stops talking and sees that I'm waiting to come in.
Right.
It's fine.
It's a little too quiet in here.
No, it's fine. But yeah, they need to. I don't think they realize what they have over there. Even though it's not as good over here, if they could hustle over there and just do what they do, they're still better off than working a job over here because they're not gonna like. Because the thing is, even though I watched a video of that guy last night, and he was from Tanzania, having to come back to Tanzania, and now he's like driving cabs because the guy that had the YouTube channel, he was interviewing the guy, and he was driving like a cab in Tanzania. He's like, I keep more of my money doing this than working a job in America because he said America takes all your money. He said people go over there and they have this mindset of what America is like because they watched movies and stuff. It's not like it is in the movies. He said there is you have to really work over there, and America takes most of your money. He said, first of all, they don't even know about the taxes that are taken out of your paycheck when you work in America. Like, do they even know about the tax? Let's talk about that. The taxes that are taken out of your check when you're working for these jobs. You're trying to get, and the thing is, you sitting up here looking at this high salary. Okay, for instance, if you make $100,000 in America, depending on what state you're in, we know the taxes are different in each state because each state has a different cost of living.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say, for instance, you live in Florida. Let's use your old state. Yeah. You live in Florida. You make $100,000. You know what you taking home?
What?
You'll probably take home $68,000, $68,000.
Yeah, and then you go to the supermarket and they tax you again.
Yes. But see, when you file taxes for the end of the year, you're not going to be taxed on what you brought home. You're going to be taxed on that $100,000. That they say is your salary. You're not taxed on that $68,000 that you actually brought home. You're taxed on that $100,000 that they say that you made.
Chew it up like Pac-Man.
But see, and then I think that was his point. He was like, they don't understand how much money is taken from you when you work. And a lot of money is taken from you when you work, even when you have a business over here. That business still has to file for taxes. You still got to pay taxes with that business.
You really ain't lying. Wow.
So, I mean, you make, like I said earlier, you make more money, but be ready for the taxes. Be ready for the income taxes. You're going to pay, and this is all, you got pre-tax and after-tax. I know they don't know nothing about that, pre-tax and after-tax stuff. Your pre-tax stuff would be 401k, healthcare. It'll also be maybe If you got like a personal savings plan, if you got children and you want to do that Christmas money type thing, that Christmas saving plan, something like that, your after taxes, now that's your before taxes. Like they tax your gross on that. So if your gross is 3,000, that's coming out of the 3,000. So your after tax money, Social Security, FICA, federal tax, state tax, all of that is after taxes. They're taking all of that out of your paycheck before anything comes to you.
They
I
can
don't think
chop
they
your stuff up.
understand that. I don't think they understand that. I don't think they understand the fact that you get a check for $5,000 and you bring it home $3,800 or $3,500.
That's like you in prison and you get a little plate of food, and the big bully in that party, you know, in that block comes over and scoops out half of himself, and now you were hungry to eat that food that was barely enough. Now it's like, damn, I'm gonna be hungry tonight. I ate, but I'm gonna be hungry. You just take it away like that. They have the right to just dip and dab. That's why these
Yes, they
businessmen,
can.
yeah, they choose what they pay from having their own business. That's the advantage. Do the same thing they do. Did you think they got out of me what they supposed to get out of me? No, they didn't. I gave them what I wanted.
But do they have
So,
taxes like that over there? Do they have taxes like that where they automatically take stuff? I don't think they understand that, because I think over there what
no,
you get
I don't
paid
think so, because they pay
is
so
what you get
little.
paid. Yeah,
They pay so little.
They're not gonna be used to that. They're not gonna. And then they're gonna probably try to complain. No, this is supposed to be 5,000. I only got 3,500. Where's my 1,500?
But they don't pay you a regular over here either. I know someone who works in Parliament, one of my little hookups. When she was telling me, because she helps me with my paperwork over here, she was like, sometimes you can go months without getting paid. I know another school teacher. She told me the same thing. Luckily, her husband works and gets a regular thing coming in because he does IT work, and some of his work is out of the country. And let me tell you something, how oppressive they can be here. This is, yeah, right, cheating with the cornbread. Let me tell you how it is over here. They won't even approve PayPal over here, right? That's very important, because you have people who do work on the computer that can get paid at rates from out of the country that would be good money that they can't oppress.
Right.
So they don't allow it. Like, see me, I got all my stuff from America. I still have it. My PayPal account, I can't even, my Cash App, I don't even handle. Dear friend of mine in Florida handles it for me, because they only allow Cash App in America, Canada, and I believe the UK. That's it. So even when I use my VPN to mask my location, to go into Cash App, they have something to combat that, because I used to be able to go into it. So when I made up the new account, she says, okay, I'm gonna look out for it for you. That's the only way. So this is part of the global control financially. Like, those Africans are not going to be over there making good money. You understand? So I told a lot of people about like PayPal and people who do stuff online, IT work. Because like I said, my buddy who lives between Dubai and Pakistan, he can't get PayPal. He does IT work. And he does the heavy lifting for me on my site when there's something too technical on the website to do, and simple things. And he checks it up. He keeps things updated. And he does that for me as a freebie, because we've been doing this for like 13, 14 years. I met him on, what is it there? A Fiverr. And after a while, he's like, well, let's do business direct. I said, cool. Then after a while, I was like, listen, brother, I know how I'm seeing how you move. He's an Indian guy, but I'm saying, you know, he's a hip dude, very intelligent. He said, could you receive PayPal payments for me and just give me what you get? I know fees will come out. I said, brother, I'd be glad to do that for you. And we've been doing that forever, for about 11, 12 years. So I know his clients. I don't know them personally, but I know when to expect stuff. I'll shoot him a voice, email, like, man, you got some funds over here. This is what it is. And he'll know if I miss out, because I don't always check my PayPal. So he's like, yo, I got something. I said, okay, cool. Send me an invoice and I'll send it through to his Payoneer. But look how we have to jump through hoops that, and he gets good money. I'm like, sometimes I've been broke. This dude had $4,000, $5,000 sitting there. I'm like, boy, I would never do nothing, right? But I would joke around with other friend of mine who knows. I said, sing that song. I wish he didn't trust me so much, but I never took it. No, but we have a very close relationship. This is another one. We have a very close relationship. And there have been times when he's been down because of timing, because he makes good money. And there have been times that I've been down because of timing. He's like, yo, I got some PayPal coming in tomorrow, man. Hold on to it. Take as long as you want to pay it back. And I never talked to him on the phone. I don't even know his real picture. That's his avatar. Never heard his voice. And we can trust each other with thousands of dollars and doing business. You see what I'm saying? So those things can happen. And that's what we're going to have to do as a people. And it's a shame that I really don't have that kind of relationship when I shopped around for people to work on my stuff. You know, it's a shame. Our lack of unity is killing us because this system has so many things going on to keep us apart and keep us from unifying. Not even just to say, let's hold hands and unify and cook a dinner and eat it. No, you're not going to get together country to country and network and shipping and international trade and commerce. No, little Negro, you stay right there and you go get that little warehouse job or be controlled somewhere in corporate. They want to control you, but they can move around. They can get around. They can do what they want to do. And they set it up where we are corralled off and can't do it. And when you break out of the system physically, they want to know how you do it. That's right.
They also want to see how they could drag you back in the system. They want to see what they can infiltrate to keep you from leaving the system too.
Well, only way they're going to drag me back in is temporary because I'm about to order this camera tonight that I really need. And it's a really nice camera and I'm going to be paying for it for a couple months, but that's about it. It is a system crash. They better not call me for nothing.
But yeah, I mean, even when you're trying to do better, I told this story to you before on another conversation, but I'll say it here again.
Yeah.
There was a certain position that I was looking at on my job, and this position paid between 100 and 120,000. And they were interviewing this one white guy for it. He was an outside guy, and they had already offered him like I think 105 or something like that, something between 100 and 105,000. With my job, they have a policy. Now I just learned about this policy this year. Just learned about this. When they promote you or when they give you a raise or if you're moving a position, they only want to do that up to a certain amount of money. And if you make, okay, I'm doing an example. This is not true. I'm just doing an example. Let's just say I made $70,000 a year, which I don't. I don't make that, but not saying I make less than that, but I don't make $70,000 a year. Let's say I make 70,000, and this position is posted between 100 and 120,000 a year. So they interviewed this outside guy for the position. They are ready to offer it to him. He doesn't take the position because the job he's already on, they want to keep him, so they kind of offer him more money so he can stay. So now he's not coming. So let's say I go in and I apply for this position, and before I get an interview or anything, you know, I'm told, well, if you get this position since you are an employee of ours, whenever we promote somebody or move somebody to another position, we could give you up to 10,000, 12,000 at the most, but over 12,000, you need the permission of the CEO if you're gonna get a raise or a promotion, and it's over $12,000. So let's say I made $70,000 and I apply for this position and they give it to me. The most that I would get in that position is 82 versus the 102 or the 105 that they offered the outside person. Yes, Lance, that's what I'm saying. It's messed up, isn't it? It's real messed up, isn't it?
And
I would have been doing the same work that he did for damn near $20,000. Yeah,
Yeah.
$25,000 less.
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah.
already know how jobs are with the 2% raise. Do you know how long it would take me to go from 82,000 to 105,000? You know how many years
And
that is?
inflation would have swallowed you up and drowned you.
Yes.
But it's not fair though, because these people know how to get around things that are making the money, the big wigs, and even their nepotism buddies and buddies from back in the days, they drinking buddies, they hook each other up. They ain't telling you nothing. Because let me tell you something. There's ways around everything, but they just don't want to see you thrive. They don't want to see it. It's unacceptable. You see what I mean?
And I had
And
to
when they
tell
see
them.
you,
Yeah, I had to tell them. I'm like, look, you're posting. This is what you posted that you would pay for this position, but so you're telling me you're just not gonna give me that because you don't want to give me from where I am. Let's say I make $730. You don't want to give me a $30-some thousand raise. You think that's way too much of a raise to get you. You just think that should, even though you can afford to give me that raise because you're offering 100 to 120,000, you can afford it. You just don't want to do it.
You having good money, it kills them to see you living good. Now, this is already public, but there was a woman, a white woman from way back in the day, my wife used to work for, right? Over 20 years. She thought they were like family, but she kind of knew it really wasn't like that, but it was that kind of thing, you know? They had a seemingly good relationship, but let me kill this mosquito. Hold on. It ain't giving me no malaria.
I know that's right.
Hold on. Oh, I got him too. Yeah, I got him. Not every mosquito has it, you know, very rare, but yeah, so she knew my wife was coming back to, and this is public information. We did a show on this actually, right? She knew that she was coming back because her father passed away in March of 2022. So she said, oh, who are you going to stay with? And she used to work for her, so she wanted her to be there with her. And she had, you know, extra cars. She made money. She was in the, she made commercials. She would do, what was the kind of production company? Toyota and Olympics and stuff like that. This lady here, she might do 3 productions a year and clear $4 or $5 million, but she still had to pay out to people. So, you know, she trusted Mrs. Scurv. Mrs. Scurv is very trustworthy. She's not going to do certain things. So when she heard that she was coming out, she said, well, listen, just to sweeten the deal, because Mrs. Scurv didn't ask nothing of her. She was coming out on her own dime. So she said, listen, I'll pay for the plane ticket for coming and going back. Just come back here and I'll give you this big room, because she went through a divorce and she had this big townhouse and she had 2 Mercedes Benz. She says, I'm going to give you one to drive. And if you do some work out here while you're out here, whatever. So she hooked her up, but she wasn't really paying her. So she figured if she's there, because Mrs. Scurv clean anyway, she's not going to come and mess your house up. She sees a broom, she's going to start sweeping, she's going to start wiping. That's how she is. So she's there being a benefit to this woman, right? And eventually she came back and everything like that, and everything's cool. They're still talking. I went down the road. I was heading up down to the town. So I went out where my dirt road is, which is just right there by the paved road. And I walked down a little bit where they had this scenic view, really scenic, right? You can see how high we really are, and the mountains over mountains until they turn and fade to gray for miles, right? So I was standing there waiting for a van, but the vans that were coming up were full. So I whipped out my camera, or the phone actually, and I put up something quick, you know, mobile, like for YouTube or Instagram or something. And I said something into the camera and I showed the view. Wouldn't you know, within an hour? I don't care if she's listening out, because she listens, right? She's on there. I've been trying to contact your wife. She owes me a little under $5,000 and she's been avoiding me. Like, how you gonna try on a lie
What?
to blow her up like that in the comment section of that post on Instagram.
What is
I said,
wrong with
"Oh
her?
no." Well, she mad because her husband left her, and she not really getting no work, and she's into finding out that she's into substances. But you know how white folks do. You never know, and then they go to a place and get whatever. She's been doing that, you know, and she's clinically depressed and getting older and wrinkled and, you know, just mad at the world. And so because I'm out here and she's, you know, she didn't see the house, right? She saw where the house was on the mountain range and she flipped because, oh my God, she didn't say it, but I know her. Oh, it's so beautiful. It looks, you know, but that's Africa. We
Right.
take a lot of things for granted out here. And like I was telling you earlier, many who are here don't really appreciate and can't appreciate it because their mind is locked into the monetary system. So they want to come to America. They want this, they want this, they want that. Where folks from America are trying to get somewhere where they can, when folks from America go on vacation and they're stressed, they go to the Caribbean, they go to warm places, Puerto Rico, Costa Rica, something. Yeah, because you want that nature, because you're disconnected from nature.
Right.
And so for her to get away like that, because toward the end we noticed how she thought, like, you know, you people, you don't deserve this, you know, kind of thing. And they hate it. Not everybody, but they hate it when they see that they know how your system is wired. Even if they don't know you, you are somebody else's slave. And it's almost like on some of these jobs, right? Where they have higher ups and whatever, and you have to be working hard and scrubbing the floors and do whatever menial work you want. You know, even the next man who's the buddy of the boss feels good because, oh, you got some good slaves here. You know what I mean? And when you think your way out of it, work your way out of it, figure your way out of it, because you, like right now, all the time I had to think out here since I've been up here, if I was in America right now, just for the game of it, I would be killing it.
Mm-hmm.
Not anything illegal. I would be figuring out this and that, and I would be hooking up. I got enough connections. I would be making something happen. And so there are a lot of people that I know as friends that are retired, but they have no drive to do anything else. See, not that you have to, but the system defeated you to take this money you got it for the rest of your life. If you, from my generation, you had pensions. I got a pension. It ain't $1 million either. But money making would be more of a game for me. And you know what? When this house is finished, money making is going to be a game for me over the internet, not scamming nobody, figuring out, use my talents, having the time to do it. I'm going to make some money. We're not talking about, well, I got an extra 100. No, I'm not money hungry. But I got a problem with America. And I was telling Mr. Scurry that last night. I said, with all the talents and abilities I had, that I had to be always put in survival mode, never had the time. But when I did execute a lot of my skills, somebody else benefited from it. Well, damn it, I'm not done yet. We ain't at the 15th round yet. I still got some fight in me. And I'm way over here in the corner where the other opponent can't hit me, and I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it. I'm going to get it, and I'm going to get it easy. I'm going to use my brain because opportunities out here that I can capitalize on, that I am going to capitalize on. I already got the plans going, but never let the system defeat your mind and take you where you think you can only be an employee. You need to be getting it on the front lines for yourself, even if it starts out small. Never let that system suck out your spirit. It never did me. It just had me distracted. You know, I had raised up kids and all this stuff. Now, no distractions in the camp. Nothing but I wake up when I want, go to sleep when I want. I don't know what time I'm gonna wake up. I went to bed this morning at 6 o'clock. I was walking around the house half naked, just looking around. La 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 la. Got up for 2 hours, laid back down again. Got back up to pee, went back down again. Woke up, didn't know what time it was. I just made sure that I was gonna be here for the show. Matter of fact, I'm setting up the show for tomorrow night at 9 o'clock my time, 5 o'clock your time. I'm gonna go into a crowd tomorrow, and I'm gonna talk to some shop owners, some business owners. I'm gonna go to the affluent part of town. And they like when I talk to them. Oh, you're from America, but oh, I see what you're doing online. I show them different things. Oh, you have skills. When they see that you have value and you know your value and you can play on an even playing field as opposed to being shortchanged, let's make something happen. Because like they like to say, and I don't mean that I'm souped up more than anybody else, but I'm a damn boss. I'm a damn boss. Yes, I am. But I don't look down on anybody. Now it's time to spread the wings and fly. America, you know, boy, I'm not gonna say they did a number on me, but I'm saying dealing with the system and learning. And I was taught from young and still had to take blows, still made misjudgments, and time goes on. But now, shoot, wherever I am, you know that Scurv is gonna be scheming on something righteous, and nothing you can put me in the jail for. I'm sorry, sister. Go ahead.
No, you're fine. You are fine. But yeah, my personal opinion is I know everybody can't do this, but most of us need to think about entrepreneurship. Just get out of these companies, try to find a way out from under these, these corporate, people and these companies that take advantage of us because they don't want you. You're not going to get ahead with them. They're going to make sure of that. Even if you're owed a certain position or a certain amount of money, they still won't give it to you. And like I said, sorry, I just shared, I just went through that. They don't think I deserve that. So this tells me that I need to start making moves. That's all this tells me. And speaking of which,
that's right.
Companies also try to push you out. I think we touched on this earlier, how companies try to push you out. And I know you know some people that have been pushed out of their place of employment, but
yes,
I wrote down some things that they do to discourage you. Because the first tactic is before they don't just push you out, they try to discourage you to get you to. They try to get you to leave. These jobs. They try to get you to leave. And one of the things that they do, the very first thing that I noticed with these companies that they do is they stop offering overtime. So let's say you work for a company and you use that overtime to kind of get caught up, or you guys have a very heavy workload. You kind of use the overtime. Right. They cut out the overtime completely across the board. That's the first thing one of the first things they do. Next thing they do is you'll notice that people might start leaving your department or the company altogether. So instead of them hiring more people for those positions, they won't do that. They'll absorb those positions, but then they'll increase your workload. That's another thing you got to watch out for. When people start leaving your company or the place you work at, and they're not replacing people, that's another sign that, they're trying to discourage you, or they're trying to do some, what they call repositioning, to get rid of that whole department. Another thing that you'll notice that you're constantly short-staffed. No matter where you look, no matter what department you're in, you always seem to be short-staffed. You always seem to not have enough people to get things done. You're constantly being micromanaged by upper management. Your department is always in trouble. You guys always miss deadlines. You do this, you do that, and you always see that you're short-staffed. They're not trying to hire anybody. It's always short-staffed. So that's another way that's another thing that they do, just to kind of discourage you, to kind of overwork you, to get you to feel like you're burned out. Now, this next one, Lance, is a sneaky one. And a lot of people think that this is a good thing. It's one of those things where it's a good thing in the beginning, but over time, it's really, really, really bad. That is when they make you a salary employee. Have you ever heard of that?
Course.
We gonna put you on salary, and you like, oh, okay. So, for example, let's say
you gonna live there.
Yeah. Let's say
that's
you were hourly.
Simple.
Let's say you were hourly and you were getting $55,000 a year, and they say, you know what? They're gonna come to you. You've been a good employee. You're a team player. Watch out for that word, y'all. That word again. You're a team player. You come in. You're dependable. We can always count on you. You know what? We're gonna give you a raise. Oh, okay, good. We're gonna give you a $10,000 raise. You're gonna be making $65,000. You're like, oh man, they gave me a whole $10,000. They really love me. And then they drop the bomb. Okay,
that new car.
Your salary. You are salary at $65,000, which to me is very low to be salaried. There's nowhere in the world I'll accept a job being salaried at $65,000. That is nothing. But anyway,
right.
They salary you. So what this means is you're making $10,000 more But over time, they are going to work you into the ground. You are going to be the go-to person when there needs to be extra work done. You're going to be the go-to
Hmm.
person when someone needs to stay late. You're going to be the go-to person when someone is out and they need you to cover. You're going to be that go-to person because guess what? We gave you $10,000.
Wow.
But your salary, but then you're getting the $65,000. You got a $10,000 raise. Inflation is still going up. Your expenses will still increase. Your medical, your health care will still increase. You'll still need to contribute more to your 401k.
Wow.
Now you're stuck at 65,000 because no matter what you do, the only way you're getting a raise is at the end of the year if they decide to get you the raise. And guess what? That raise gonna be that same old 2% I was talking about earlier. That same what is it at 65,000 instead of that's 1,200? So that it might be like 15. Spread it out over a year. That's what 120. My math might be off, but yeah,
Right.
spread out over the year. Yeah, enjoy your $60 per paycheck.
It reminds me of this scripture out of the Quran. And I've never really read it in depth, but the mention I heard from it was, and this is what I'm referring to as employees who are salaried now. When you get that salary, a woman is your tilth. You may go up into her as you please. I said up. I'm saying it my way, meaning that you grab and hold it down and do what you want to do as you please. That's what they're doing to you.
Yes.
When you get, especially some little measly money to be salaried, they get more out of you. They get more out of you. And they want you because earlier on they paying you by the hour. And they're like, man, we can get way more out of her or him
Yeah.
if we put you on salary. And it sounds good because now you're getting that. It's not like you got to work for it in your mind. Well, I don't have to do all these hours. Yes, you do. It's like a credit card. You get the goods first. You got to pay for it later. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they will go up into you as they please. And you will feel that way with no lubrication.
So yeah, you're right. But the salary one is a tricky one. A lot of people say, "Well, when I got salary, they of course they're gonna give you a raise." That's to kind of lure you in so you could agree to be a salaried employee. But that $10,000 raise they giving you, they're gonna get that back in labor from you within 30 days. Because now instead of you working 40 hours a week, you're gonna be working 50 and 55 hours. They're gonna get that back from you in a month. That $10,000.
Oh, yeah. And they ain't buying you no pizza.
Or Christmas party. They ain't throwing no Christmas
Right.
party, right, Gina? Gina said Christmas party earlier. They do a Christmas party or pizza party. Yeah. But yeah. And then this last one that I thought of, I didn't think of, I looked it up and I didn't know it was a thing. You know how when you start working for a company and you become permanent, they offer you the 401k. And some
Yeah.
companies even offer you a match. They'll match a certain percentage.
Right. Sounds good.
Yes,
But it
sounds
depends on the
good.
stock market.
But if you're not a vested employee, when I say vested, some companies, when you start working for them and they make you permanent, they'll say, okay, to be an invested employee, you got to work, you got to be here for 3 years. Some companies is 5 years. And what that means is any contributions that you made with the company, if you're not vested, you can't keep them. If you are vested, you can keep them. So if you have a 401k with the company and they're matching your 401k dollar for dollar, and let's say you got your 401k and it's up to $50,000 now. You put in
Right.
25,000, the company put in 25,000. If you're not vested within that company and you end up leaving that company,
You lose.
you could take your 401k, but you're only going to take the 25,000 that you put in.
Well, that's messed up.
The company that put their 25,000 in, they're going to take their 25,000 back out. And you're only going to be left with the money that you put in that 401k.
That's crazy. Mad guns.
That is a thing. That is a thing now. So that's another thing that they use. They'll stop contributing to your 401k.
Wow. Wow. That's like that's like in-laws. They love you when you're married to their daughter, but when you break up, they see you in the street, they don't talk to you no more. They see you in the ring with a flat tire, they just keep on going. You ain't getting no love from them no more. Just want to announce my new name by Mad Guns Forever, the Scurvinator. So you'll see that.
Hello, Mad Guns. Hello, Mad Guns. It's nice to see you, sir. But you know how some companies offer they'll pay for your school or something? Like they'll pay for you to go back to school. Okay, there's a, I'm not sure if you know this, but this is kind of common. There's a catch with that too. If a company pays for your schooling and you end up finishing that degree or getting a bachelor's or master's or whatever, and they give you that tuition reimbursement, before they give you the reimbursement, they make you sign something. And you know what's in that contract? Since we helped you with this degree and we paid for everything and you got this degree, you now have to work for us for another 3 to 5 years.
Yeah. They did that in corrections with me. The academy was how long? 6 months. And they pay you while you're going through the academy, but it wasn't as bad because you had to stay there a year. Or you can go to the academy if you wanted. They accepted you, but you had to pay your own stuff. You had to pay. But at least because they were harder for people, right? So they paid you not as much as when you finished everything off, but they paid you. And, you know, you had to stay with them for a year before you moved to another agency. A lot of folks did that. They went into corrections, went to the academy, because that in Florida, that's 2/3 of the full police academy. And people don't know that. The academy I went through, I was 2/3 of a police officer, you can say, because dealing with being a cop, you have to deal with being on the road, maneuvers with your vehicle, different scenarios in the street. And the jail is just what's inside those walls. And sometimes when you're transporting inmates. So they would do that. And then later on, go to the academy for the police department, but they only had 1/3 of the way more to go. You see what I mean?
Yes.
So yeah. So they had, but if you did the corrections thing, you still had to work with them for a year before you can even go anywhere else. So you're not going to work and then go to the academy to be a cop, but you can do that after you do your year. Yeah, but they weren't.
And that's another thing. And that's another thing with these companies. You had to be a permanent employee. I forgot how many years. It's different because some companies want you to become a permanent employee for 2 years before they offer you. And then after you go through the program and get your degree, you got to stay another 3 or 5 years because they paid for your degree.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
And Gina said people were leaving. Yeah, Gina said in the comments people were leaving the company the same year they graduated. I don't see anything wrong with that. If I got what I need, because you use your employees though, especially when you have temp employees. You as soon as they finish the project, you fire them. So what's the difference? What's the difference between that and me? You paying for my school and I get my what I need and I'm going to another job. What's the difference though?
That's like you planning on dumping your significant other, but you find out that they already gave you divorce papers like when you get home. Like, oh damn. I wanted to do this, but I didn't want you to beat me to the punch.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you see, we've been on this for almost 3 hours. Do you see how complicated and complex the working culture is in America? And they want to. Do they know how complex this is? And the reason why we know about it because we grew up in this work culture. We know all about it.
Exactly. They have no clue, like you said, how complex it is. One thing I will say here, right? Even with the jobs here, from what I see, if they say be there 9 o'clock, you got to be there 9 o'clock. But really, you don't have to be. a lot of folks from out here, I'm not just saying just this country, they go to America, they end up getting fired. You can't show up at 9:45 and you're supposed to be there at 9 o'clock and you smiling. Good morning, good morning. What you mean, good morning? You see what time it is?
In corporate, you can't even do 9:05.
Exactly. Everybody's sitting up, pointing at the daggone punch clock, or just if they see you come in. I know they have electronic things now that you don't have to maybe sit around a mechanical clock, but still, you know,
right?
They take it light. They take it light. It's like some of the builders here that were here. If me and Mr. Scurv weren't here, we came in the morning, let them in or whatever, had to doing certain things when they build up the higher floors, whatever. They sleeping. Okay, they're gonna take an hour, roughly. They're gonna eat 30 minutes, 45. I don't care. I don't care if you take a nap. I don't care if you do an hour and a half, but not 3 hours, 3.5 hours. Oh, I overslept. Okay, you're gonna get half the pay for the day then. You overslept. You overslept. I overspent. I overspent the money I was going to give you, so that works out just fine. How about that?
And see, in America, the most you're going to get for a lunch is an hour. And in some companies, you don't get an hour, you getting 30 minutes.
That's right. You're getting 10 minutes, so it'll take 10 minutes for you to go down there and get that food you ordered too.
And look, in America, they don't care how far you got to go to get something to eat. You should have brought your lunch. What you mean you got to go get something to eat? But that ain't got nothing to do with us.
Well, I know dudes on the jobs I worked on, you hear them smacking and crunching and sitting in the toilet bowl at the same time. As it goes in, it's coming out.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I can't eat no food in a place that's stinking and somebody next to me, I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and you know what I'm discussing now, it's a lot more to it. This is stuff that I just thought of off the top. This just off the top of my head from what I went through and for what I've heard firsthand.
Right.
I can only imagine if I actually do a thorough research of our work culture over here, a whole lot of other stuff will pop up.
Could you imagine?
Yeah. Yep. And what's another thing that's bad is the ageism. The ageism is very prevalent over here. The ageism is crazy over here, especially in the IT fields. It's really bad. Or any manual labor field. What I see here now, and I know you see it too, where the older guy on the construction job, he's like a foreman. He's not the guy that's laying the brick. He's not the guy that's carrying the pipes and all that anymore. He's like the foreman. He makes sure everybody do their job. He's the one that tells everybody what to do on the job.
Right.
From what I hear in the tech world, if you're over 50, it's going to be kind of hard for you to move around in tech versus you being 20 and 30 something years old.
Wow. And let me ask you a question. Do you think it's because when you are of age, like, say, for example, my age, I'm 61. They wouldn't even look at me.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Right. But if that was possible, they were desperate. And they said, we know this guy. He does the kind of stuff I do online or whatever, graphics, whatever. I said, this guy gets the work done. Right? But he's 61. Is it because I'm already retired and they're thinking like he's going to get a lot of money and he could just tell us to kiss our behind? You know what I mean? Or is it just that I'm not going to be as productive? You know what I mean?
It's the first one, but it's more of this. It's some of the first one, but 90% of it is this. We don't want to pay Lance because if Lance comes in this job at 60-something years old, Lance gonna want $250,000. We don't want to do that when we could pay this 20-year-old that don't know any better. We could pay him $115,000.
Yeah, true.
We could pay him $115,000 and get rid of Lance for $250,000 because Lance knows what he's doing, but we rather take that hit and say we met our quota and we meeting our bottom line at the end of the year by underpaying this person $115,000.
Wow.
They don't want to pay you. Oh, the older you are, the more they know they have to pay you. You know what you're talking about, and you also know your worth. They don't want to pay you.
That's true.
And
Well,
you are retiring because they're gonna have to give you much more money when you retire. And they're like, yeah, the man, he's 61, man. He gonna be gone in like 5-6 years. What we gonna hire him
mhm.
for?
Little do they know I'll be running circles around them 30 years from now. No, I'm just creator willing.
Yes. But yeah,
Mm,
that's the main reason why when you get older it gets harder, because they know that they're gonna have to pay. They can't jerk you around like a fresh college student. They're gonna
right,
have
right.
they're gonna have to pay you what you're close to what you're worth, if not more. And they already know you know what you're talking about. They can't pull the wool over your eyes. They can't do a number on you. They can't do any of that.
Wow.
And a lot of people get pushed out of their jobs. Like I told you about the I think I told you this before. It was a lady that I knew that worked for the federal government by DC, near Washington DC. And
Hmm.
she was coming up on 30 years working for the federal government, and I think she handled complaints or something. And this
Right.
one customer she had like made a complaint about her. They put her on paid leave for a few months
Well,
right before her 30 years.
that could have been set up also.
See, yeah, well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that timing ain't
30
right.
years, 30 years with the 30 years with federal government. You know how much money that lady's gonna get? She's 60 something years old.
Mm. She could be at home by herself making it rain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. They
Wow.
don't want to pay. And then now with these jobs, if they see you're old and you're working, when you start getting to the 10-year mark, they trying to do stuff. I think I told you
Hmm.
this before. They trying to push you out before 10 years. Because you have to
Wow.
understand, if you've been with a company for at least 5 years, I think the range is 3 to 5 years. You're already vested, so they already got to do the 401k and all that with you, and then you're getting close to 10 years. That's even more money. So they're trying to find a way, any way possible, to either replace you or just push you out.
That is so foul.
Because I'd rather fire you. You making 90,000. I'd rather fire you at 90,000 than hire your replacement at 55, 60,000.
Exactly. See? See right now? You see that banner? There's somewhere out in the world, there's a bunch of white men in the corporate world that want to put a hit on you. She's telling our secrets, damn it. That damn Lancescurv's fault. We can't find him now. He's in Africa up in the mountains somewhere. We stick out. Yeah.
But yeah, that's how that works in certain industries. That's now in certain industries, when you are older, it's much better because you get to call the shots. You get to tell, okay, this is what you're gonna pay me. This is how much I want to make, and they give it to you. But in certain industries, no, no, no. In the medical field, your age works for you and not against you. Because
Really?
you rather have a doctor
Oh,
that's
yeah.
60 something. You rather have a doctor that's 60 something that's been working for 30, 40 years.
Experience. Yeah.
That's operating on your brain than the medical grad that's 32 years old that just got out of medical school 2 years ago. You rather have some of the
And just
60-year-old brain surgeon.
enrolled in on
Yeah.
the skateboard.
Right. I want a 60 something year old brain surgeon. I don't want no 30 something year old brain surgeon. So no. In the medical field, it works for you, but in the tech field, nope, it does not work for you. No.
I never thought about it that way. That's so true. So
Where
true.
I am, I'm in the banking industry, and where I am is still a little different because in the banking industry, you just got a bunch of the older people do not want to move. The older people do not want to retire. I got people in my company now. Our oldest employee is in her 80s. I'm like, y'all need to tell that lady she needs to go somewhere. Yeah, she in her 80s, Lance. She's still working.
I'm not in nobody's pockets, but come on. She just had nothing to do. Her husband passed away or something. I don't know, but she got no life. And she probably did like 45 minutes before, an hour before. Just show up on Saturday to sweep the floor around her area. Yeah. emptying garbage cans and whatnot.
She is our oldest employee. I think she's in her mid-80s. Yeah, she's in her mid-80s.
Mid-80s.
Yeah.
But was she planning on being 100? I mean, some people like that. Maybe if she didn't work like that, she wouldn't live as long. You know, some people are like that.
And I'm looking like they are not making this lady quit. They're not like tapping on the shoulder saying, "Hey, you know, you thinking about no,
You know why,
I'm
right?
like, you know what? I'm like, I know she is not a manager, so I know one thing for certain. She's definitely at the top of her pay grade. I don't care what nobody say. She is at the tip top. She can no longer get a raise. And then, oh yeah, that's another thing I want to say. In certain positions, once you get to that top pay range, you're never getting. The only way you get a raise is if you get promoted to another position.
Well, you know what? She's been there so long. She's not a manager. She found out what goes on in those backroom office parties on the weekend with the supervisors or the admin. She opened the door by mistake, and they know they better not fire her because there's going to be a tell-all book. I'm not going to bother you. I'm not going to tell anything, but you ain't handing me no pink slip. Because I'm going to tell. And that's where I get my bonus.
And see, we have a lot of people in their 60s and 70s working. Them people, I'm like, y'all not gonna, these people are not going nowhere. Some of them are in management position. They are not going nowhere.
I mean, damn, when was she working? The Great Depression all up? No, she's not that old, but.
But Lance, I'm telling you, we got people. I have a lot of older people that work at our company, 60s and 70s. These people don't plan on retiring no time soon. I was talking to one guy. I was like, so you retire? He was like, no, I just want to keep working. I need something to do. I'm like, oh my goodness. When they say that, I need something to do
that I can do. You know, that I don't want to do. I mean, no, unless, what can I do outside? Like if I was involved, like, okay, I love boxing, I love bodybuilding. I can't box now, I'm older, right? But I can do interviews and stuff. If I was working for something like that, you know, you're traveling and you're talking to people know your personality. The same thing I'm doing now would be boxing. If I was in America, that's what I would be doing. I'd set up another channel. I already did, but I'd be out there and talking to the fighters and whatever, doing some dope interviews, making a nice platform. You know what I mean? There are guys making a lot of money doing that, right? But like to sit there and go to a job and sit there and just the money, that's it? No, it's got to be something I'm personally involved in.
And Lance, a lot of these people, like I told you before in the conversation before, a lot of these people are in the same position. Like these people are in their 60s. They're in the same position they was when they got hired at 20, 28, 29 years old.
No way. I mean, I trust you in saying that. I'm just saying, no way, not me. Not me. I'm not, but how? I can't do it. I would feel stagnant. You know, they're not making maybe as much, even though they're making more, but pound for pound going with inflation.
Right.
They're not making as much. And I would feel stagnant to just repetitiously do the same thing. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I got to do things different, you know. I can't sit in the toilet the same way all the time and twist a little way, twist here. You got to do things different. Sometimes I put my feet at the head of the bed and have my head at the foot of the bed. Sometimes I sleep on the couch on purpose. You know what I mean? I got to do things different.
I have talked to these people. I have walked in the office when we are in the office. Like I'm be in the office tomorrow. And I hope I could catch one of them one day. I'm like, why? You know, I've talked to some of them. I'm like, why don't you retire? Why? You don't want to be a man? No, I don't want the headache of being a manager. I like my job. I like what I do. Yeah, but you've been doing this for 30 years. Yeah, I know. I really enjoy it. And, you know, it gives me something. And when they say it gives me something to do, I'm like, yeah. If you were ever to leave this job, you ain't going to live long. Because as soon as they say it gives me something to do, I need something to do, I already know. Without a job, you would not last long. I
know. Yeah, that's true. That is so true. That's frightening, but it's true.
I don't understand being the same position, same company, 30 something years. You are not a man. You've never been a manager. Like you could have been a manager. but you said you ain't want the headache.
Yeah, see what they did themselves in then.
But why not move to another department or something? Like, why not? I don't know.
Move to a different city. I mean, you might have family close by and friends, but I'm just saying, like, do something different. Or if you have that same position, do something on the side. Like, do something on the side. Like, it's not just a money-making thing, but it's an identity thing. It's a fulfillment thing. This job cannot be giving you fulfillment like that. I don't care how much money you make, but do something of your own that brings you fulfillment, right?
Right.
You know, I mean, I'm not in that kind of position where I'm, but the little stuff I do online and people acknowledge you see them in the street, Lancescurv. I don't do this for that. I do it because I enjoy doing it.
Right.
But it's not like, oh, I need something to do. Trust me, around this house, there's a whole lot to do. Trust me. I'm surprised I can do the amount of shows I do. There's a lot to do. But
I'm surprised you mentioned do something outside of work, because have you ever heard the term moonlighting?
Of course. Yeah. Very healthy thing to do.
I have that in my notes, and I'm gonna bring this up. This is another messed up thing that companies do now, and I didn't know that they could do this, but companies frown upon moonlighting for some reason. And what you do outside of your main job could have absolutely positively nothing to do with your main job.
Mhm.
And when and when you are hired for some companies, they will say, if you don't disclose if the fact that you have something on the side, they could terminate you for having a second job.
Wow.
They
But
could
they don't
terminate
pay
you
me.
for having a side. They could terminate you for having a side business or a second job if you don't disclose it.
I dare your woman or something.
I
We're gonna
worked with
break
this
up or grab
lady.
somebody on the side.
I worked with this lady that baked cakes on the side. She had to tell them that she baked cakes on the side. I worked with this guy that did Uber
Oh,
Eats. He had
baking
to tell the
cake.
company.
Oh, God.
He had, and look, we work for a bank, but she had to tell them that she baked cakes on the side. Work with another guy. He does Uber Eats. He had to tell me that he does Uber Eats on the weekends.
They just got to catch me. They just have to catch me. Lancescurv. We see this Lancescurv business going online. Well, that's not my name. My name is Lancescurv. What are you talking about? You didn't have a twin brother? We got the same mother and different fathers. His father's named Scurv, and my father is named Scurvin. So what's the problem? You want a DNA test?
Just never, yeah, you're right, but I just never understood, like, what is that? If you were paying me the money that you were supposed to be paying me, you wouldn't have to worry about my. And even if you were paying me the money that you're supposed to be paying me, if I decided I wanted to have a side business, that is my business. Why do I have to disclose that to you?
So why they got a God complex going on? Thou shalt not have any other job beside me. Get out of here. They ain't the creator of my universe.
Correct.
And they kind of power.
They want to disclose. They want you to disclose but see, they're not going to tell you what other companies they own or what other companies they got deals with.
Right. Right.
But
That's
they
right.
always like to word it as, see, they're not going to say we don't like you have another job. They're going to say it. We just don't want it to be a conflict of interest.
No, I'm flexible. I do my work out of home. You can't tell me what I do at home. I mean, conflict of interest. I can't come home now. I got to tell you every time I go to the refrigerator. You know, I have to tell you what goes on in the bedroom. Come on now. You ain't going to do that.
A lot of tech, and this is true for any, like, banking where I'm in, and also tech companies. They check to see if you're moonlighting. Like, you know how they do a background check on you to see where you work, your background check.
Right.
That's how they find out if you work for a tech company. That's how some of these companies find out if you have another job.
Wow.
And if you did, and if you didn't disclose it to them, they could terminate you.
Wow. Like you cheating or something.
Yeah.
You see, you have extra calluses on your hand. You got carpal tunnel syndrome, and you're not at the computer. But for two hours a day here, you're cheating on us.
They call it double dipping. in tech. They'll call it they call it moonlight. They call it moonlighting. They call it moonlighting when you work for another tech company, but they also say it's double dipping. I'm like,
Double
how is it
dipping.
double dipping? Because I've met people that work for this that got 2 full-time tech jobs that make over 600,000 a year because each company pays them 3 something a year.
Heck yeah, go for it.
But they don't want you to do that. It's like they get mad at you, like you were saying earlier. They don't want you to be a high earner for some reason. Why can't I be a high earner?
Control. Control. That's all it is. Control. Janet Jackson.
Control.
Control.
Yeah, I just thought about that. I'm like, yeah, I just thought about
Same time.
it. Yeah.
Yeah. But then again, you know, they want that control. I'll turn around and ask them, what have you done for me lately? All right. So we're going to straighten that out. Ooh, yeah. Every time I come into work, I'm leaving late. You give me all this overtime I have to cut.
But
I
then
wake
you
up
made
on a Saturday to wash my clothes. I don't even want to get my butt out the bed. Dun, 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 dun.
no,
No
they
way.
don't. They do. I think they use overtime to lure you into a job, and then once you there for a while, they cut it and tell you and make you salary so you can't make the overtime. I think I've noticed that too with jobs in the beginning, because in the beginning, like the first year or two, they allow you to get overtime, and then all of a sudden you can't get it, and the next thing you know, oh, we're gonna raise your pay. Like I said earlier, people watch it when your company comes to you and say, we're gonna raise your pay, and they're gonna give you a significant amount of money. They probably putting you on salary.
That's like that dude that you met, keeps himself nice, going to the gym. As soon as he marries you, he got a pot belly a year and a half later on. He don't care because he got you already.
They probably gonna put you on salary. You talking about you mad? Not you mad. You're
Melanin
excited
galore.
because you got that $10,000 to $15,000 raise. Oh, I'm at 75,000 now. You're also on salary.
Salary baiting. Melanin galore said that.
Yeah. Salary baiting. Oh wow. Salary baiting. Okay. That's a new term for me. Right there.
Out there, they call us a corporate whore because we want more money. They want to be the only pimp.
My thing is with the inflation rate, you're not keeping up with inflation. You're not giving me raises according to the inflation. You're not giving me a decent wage that I can live on. But
Right.
you're mad. You're mad that I have a second job. You're mad that I have a side business.
But it's funny because what you said before, when they are understaffed, they can hire other people.
Right.
And they always tell you, well, we're in the process of hiring now. And it never happens.
Yes. Right.
You notice that. Yep. It's just like when I drove the bus and they were doing certain things with us. Not that they were understaffed, but they weren't giving us like what they were supposed to give us. Like when I came out of the taking the classes and getting all the certifications and stuff to drive a vehicle that big, of the CDL, you know, they had a rate of pay that they would give you like during, because it was paid training. And when you get out, you pass everything, you get the license for sure. Then after that, the next 2 years, you get rapidly to the top. And for us, they didn't do that. 5, 6 years later, they still didn't do it, but they were doing it for other people who came in new. And we complained. And so they fooled everybody. The people who were in my class, they're like, okay, we're going to give it to you. Either you take this amount now. They waited till right before Christmas. You can take this amount of thousands, I forgot what it was, or you can wait over time and get little amounts over the next 2 or 3 years. So what did the people do? They took the lump sum, which was probably like 25% of what they were supposed to get. Yeah. Only because it was Christmas. So they let them off the hook. You know what I mean? Not me. No. But that's how it is. They always get you in the corner, get you in the bind, get you desperate. They want you that way. No. Mm-mm.
Or
You always
how
have to
about
have
when they
an
hire people?
alternative. Say it again?
Or how about when they hire people on and they're a temp employee and they're doing all this work for them, and they're working on projects, and then at the end of that term, that whether it's 3 or 6 months, they end up firing them and not making them permanent.
That's bad. That's some cool stuff.
I've heard those stories too. Though I've heard people say, you know, this company, they got us working on this. They're a temp now, and then at the end of that term, at the end of the agreement, where they're supposed to be made permanent, the company will come and say, well, you know what, we're going into a different direction. We don't need these positions. I've heard that too.
Every move you make, I'll be watching you.
Yeah. It's so sad. I wish it would change, but it's not, because these companies are making money. These companies are making money running things this way, so I doubt if it'll change. My only solution to this would be eventually, especially as you get older, over 40 and 50, please try to go into business for yourself, because it's not going to get any better.
At any point, whatever age you are, don't even wait so long. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you stand by 30, yeah.
They're outsourcing these jobs too, because you make a phone call, you get a free long distance call. You hello. Who am I speaking to? This is Kamala Harris's aunt. How are you? This is India.
No. So try to go into business as soon as you can, sooner than later. I mean, it's really bad out here with these corporate jobs, and like I said at the beginning of the show, it's taking people almost a year to find a job, and that does not make sense. When they say, they'll lie and say the job market's not that bad, but why it shouldn't take almost a year for me to find a job if I'm skilled. If I'm skilled and I know what I'm doing, and I got experience, it shouldn't take me a year to find a job. It really should not.
And then people who can't find one after 2 years. I mean, a year is like torture, and they say, well, keep 6 months worth of whatever. You better have a whole lot more than that. You better go lean. And that's not a good feeling to walk around like that. And it's like, you shouldn't have to be put in a position where you're damn near begging. You got skills, you have experience, then you try to put an application in, and AI is going to penalize you because you was off for the almost year or months. Yeah.
And that's crazy. And like I said at the beginning, it's a bad look when you've been out of work for so long, and then they want you to already be on a job when you're looking, which I never understood in my life. It's like, why you're out of work now? You don't have a job now? No, I have a job now. That's why I'm looking. Are you serious?
But then if you have a job now, they don't want you to hold on to that job, even if it's part-time, because now you can't double dip.
Right.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Oh, and I'm gonna tell you about this. Let's say you're out of a job for a long time. You know how some people, they end up taking a retail job or some type of service job just to have a paycheck come in. They'll question you on that. Well, I mean, I see you were a software developer. Why are you working at Starbucks now? I need a paycheck. That's why I'm working at Starbucks. I need money coming in. That's why I'm working at Starbucks.
Are these folks from another planet or something? I mean, like, what's up with that? Don't they understand?
And unemployment is only going to pay you for like 12 weeks. In my state, that's how it is. You're only going to get 12 weeks of unemployment. And that is if you were with the company for a certain amount of time. And if you made a certain amount of money, I think the maximum benefit in my state is like $480 something, and they can still take taxes out of that.
Yeah, they get first dibs in your money. No doubt.
And my thing is, this is unemployment. You're taxing my unemployment. Yes, they will. When the money you get every week from unemployment, they'll tax it. And in my state, where I'm at now, you got to answer 14 questions every week to get those funds. You're answering those questions every single week. You're getting that money every week, and then they're taking taxes out of that money. that you get every week.
Yeah, they get the taxes too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tax. Mm-hmm. And everybody else in different countries have all these hours of PTO. That alone.
And Lance, they say these other countries are not as quote unquote advanced as us. They're not as rich as us. Well, then how are they able to give these people 40-something days of PTO every year?
Exactly.
But like I said before, this is what makes this a capitalistic country. The stinginess of America, it makes it a great capitalistic country. The stinginess.
Mm-hmm. In control. Maximum control. I mean, what are they going to do? They're going to interview you now to see if you have a spouse and bring them on in to make sure that they're appropriate for you working here. Like, what's that about? I mean, just everything. I can understand if you had a sensitive, high-level law enforcement, whatever, where you're handling sensitive information.
A security clearance, because there's some federal jobs where they need to check out your family. That's called a security clearance. So I understand that. Yeah.
Well, you know, there's a young lady who works at the Department of Defense and listens to the show all the time. She's been here for years listening. And she wanted to get a position higher within the Department of Defense. And she was already there like 20 years. You know, the second question they asked her, well, the first question is always, why do you want this position?
Right.
That's the easy answer, right? Career advancement. And you never say pay, but you know that's what it is, right? The second question they asked her, second question they answer is, why do you follow this controversial guy on social media? So what are you talking about?
Oh, God.
And she said, wait a second. Who? She said, I listen to a lot of people. No, you listen to, whichever way they have said it officially, you know, quite frequently you are there and you comment and participate. You've even donated. And she said, who? Lancescurv. I was flattered. Your Department of Defense, you're watching me? And other agencies too? You know, I don't care. When I was in America, I used to run my mouth and talk about like a dog. And, you know, I had that thing with Cosmo, who killed those cops, and, you know, the other guy there, what's his name? Eric Shepard, and gang members, crackheads, people, you know, Akbar Muhammad, you know, just Black Panthers, and everybody's been, that's why they had to take the channel down. They ain't gonna do it like that no more. Mm-mm.
That is crazy.
Yeah, I took it as a compliment. You can't Bin Laden me. I ain't doing it to nobody. It's the thoughts and the, you know. Yeah. She called me. Well, she had to call me through, you know, somebody else's phone. It's like that, you know, with those positions in America, they're watching everybody. And we have no privacy right now. We never had it. Look, they said, talk about the Patriot Act. We didn't have it before then. And now AI is all up on our backside. It's worse. We don't understand how fast AI is developing. And in the next 2 years, they got things going on now from what I'm hearing that are so far advanced. You see, anytime they give you any bit of technology, it's like when you're done reading the Sunday paper back in the day, you couldn't wait to get it Sunday morning. And you wasn't giving it to nobody, but on Tuesday afternoon, when you're done with everything and taking it all day, oh, you want the Sunday paper? Here, you can take it. You can take it. You practically pushed it on people. So we're getting the hand-me-downs. And the next wave of technology coming out that we're giving up our soul to, it can write for us, it can draw for us, it can think for us, make projections for us. Oh, this is so good, we ain't got to do nothing, and we're being lulled into complacency. Isn't that something? And then when it turns on us now, you see, because they're speaking now about having automatic, the equivalent of an automatic shut-off switch with certain AI that's getting so advanced that will figure out, hey, these humans that are programming me are flawed. We don't need them.
Oh, wow.
And on another level, there's a demonic negative energy aspect of it.
Yeah.
Because, look, as long as we're maintained to be low vibrational with the social media and titillation of what's there, whatever titillates you, you're going to find it on social media. You're going to find yourself there. It'll keep us in a lower vibration. Perfect for the harvesting of our souls by these demonic entities that, yeah, keep on staying in the decadence. Yeah, keep on watching that porn. Yeah, your soul is nice for us. We're going to eat you up. And they want to inhabit you. I'm talking some craziness for a little commercial break. They want to inhabit your bodies to know what these earthly pleasures are like again if they had it before. So they want to keep you there. You see what I mean? When you're indulging in your activities, whatever it may be, watching the screen with the door locked late at night, they are there with you. They're enjoying it. They're whispering things. They're bringing things into your life, no matter what it may be. And in this AI, we're exchanging something with this thing. I don't mind if one day everything shuts down. It doesn't have me like that, but I don't care because we'll be free. We can think again. We can talk with each other again. We can have human contact again. AI has become our virtual buddy now. We don't know what we're looking at now anymore. They got dead people dancing. Michael Jackson, Tupac are going to come out with new albums soon. Mark my words. AI is going to make it. Trust me. Trust me. But the only thing it can't do is give you the human experience. No matter how much AI knows about me, it's not going to tell a story like I can tell it because I experienced it. It can't write a story the way I can write it because I experienced it. The human element is the thing that's a detriment to AI. They can't copy you. They can replicate and fool you, but they can't give you intimacy. I'm not talking about sex, but the intimate human contact when you're sitting around a table, laughing and talking, and you're having a good time. It can aid you, but don't take that aid as the be-all. See? Because once you get sucked into that, you lose the experience of human life.
Yeah. 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 Yeah, and the scary thing about it is they're infiltrating AI in the hiring process with these resumes. What else are they going to use AI for within these jobs? I mean, it's already going to be taking your job. It's already trying to learn your job, so you won't have one. But what other area will it infiltrate?
I'm afraid to wonder on that one. You know?
Is it going to start doing the interviews too? It's already looking over the resumes. Will it start conducting the interviews too?
And looking all up at you.
We already have Zoom where you could just do a video. Cause AI can do videos too now. I mean, you could be talking to AI for your next job. You know it.
Exactly. Somebody did an app with my face and sent me. I was rapping on this app. It looked just like me. I woke up, I looked at my phone, I scared me. I thought I died or something. I'm like, what the hell is going on here?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. It just needs to replicate what it sees, and we feed into it through social media. In my mind, this is why they gave us social media. So they knew about it. AI has been around for decades. It wasn't as developed. But now look, there are people on, remember Snapchat. I still have a Snapchat. I just got off of it. I was like, this is too much. I don't need to be no damn Snap. You want to find me, come on. So this woman with a fake avatar, it had to be a bot. Hey, handsome.
Oh, wow.
I said, handsome? You can't see me. I got a fake cartoon looking at Snapchat avatar. Well, can I see a picture of you? I said, I don't know how. Go to Lancescurv.com. You'll see all the pictures you want. I was trying to do some work. I know it would be annoying. Can I have a picture of you? And then hit me. Why do you want a picture of me or anybody? So you can look at your face and copy it, replicate it. To me, like I said, and I said this on another show, what happens when they want to target you and they can have your image replicated, sticking up a bank? Have pinning a woman down, raping in an alleyway. And I didn't do it. But they have the video footage. They put it all over the news and make me guilty. See? Give me the electric chair. Whatever. Show you somewhere stealing in the corporate world. We're starting to let you go, but the video footage here shows that like, that's not me. It wasn't. They can do anything now.
Yeah.
That's why I'm glad I'm out of America. I mean, they can do the same thing here. But you want to say AI had me down on 42nd Street, Times Square, and smashed the glass in and stole jewelry or something. Get out of here. I must have a hell of a rocket to get over here in West Africa.
Wow.
It knows everything about us. It knows we go to a restaurant, what we want to eat. I mean, not everybody with everything, but the high tech stuff, people who use this thing, you know, everything is being stored. I was listening to something that every keystroke, everything about you, what you like on social media, what you like, check your history. Or check a man's history, what he likes that way too. Everything about you. And they can, if they can really clone a person, you know, they don't need you no more.
Right.
Huh? They don't need humans no more. There's something else. Just like, it was about 2 years ago, they said, yes, we have had alien contact. Well, why don't you tell us about it? You working with them bad boys. They gave the higher level of AI in exchange for having the earthly experience in harvesting souls. Call me crazy. They called me crazy 15, 20 years ago. Look what happened, COVID and all this stuff. I'm saying it. I see it. This world doesn't feel the same anymore. It doesn't. It's all about your life force and your light. They want to take your light and your life force. And it's that way in corporate America too. These people who are up higher up, they got no souls. They despise you for wanting to have a life. They despise you for wanting to have some time off to be with your family. You got a little boy, a little girl. They want to spend time with you in the park on a Sunday, and you want to take Monday off and take them somewhere. And it's like they don't like. You got to ask somebody. The tree with his father and play. I never saw a rabbit, a snake, anything. Ask for anything free. Free food dropping out the trees, digging about the ground. Free. And we can't live free. I'm not far enough out of the system yet. So they're not going to hurt me with that. I don't mind being in a little while longer. I'm kind of enjoying myself now all this time, but that's not where my mind is. I'm on a whole different level now, even more than a year and a half ago. That this is death, this system. It's to kill you, it's to suck your life force. And if you have any joy in your life, you are despised. If you're happy, they look at you. We didn't get her enough. She's not drained enough. Like I told people, if there's any agents online watching me, I'm going to make those buggers work. They're going to have dark circles under their eye because I'm going to keep going and going and going and going and going. You're going to work for yours and you follow me. The system doesn't want to leave you with anything. Who retires at 40 years old, you know, that they've been working for 20 years? Let's just say that. Let's just say 21, 41. 9 more years before you're 50. Now you're retired, getting full benefits. Like, Negro, you ain't walk and be black too. You're not going away from here. And you ain't married yet. And you go out there and have fun. You retire, and we sitting here and you're going to benefit from our machine. Heck to the no. Hell to the no, no, to the no, no, no.
You say start working at 20, retire at 41. No, you're not getting to 41. You might get to like 26, and then they push you out or they fire you. Yeah.
Exactly.
And they raised the retirement age till I think it's 68 or 70. They raised the retirement age. They're pushing it. And I'm like, if I can't get 10 years, if I can't be on a job for 10 years, how am I going to get to 70? I've been on work for like, what, 50 different companies by then?
Exactly. It's not funny, but for real.
It's not funny, but it's true. These companies are not letting you stay with them no 20 and 30. They're not. They are not.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So retirement is going to be unattainable for a lot of people, a lot of the middle class people, a lot of people that don't already have money now and that are not already retired. Retirement is going to be something that's not attainable for many people because of that. Yes. I can't stay in a job long enough to get a grounding of, to get established or to get I don't know, to get my full benefit before they kick me out the door again, because they don't want me to, have access to a certain amount of money. And then the older I get, the worse it's going to be. They just won't even hire me altogether.
And it's just going to be hand to mouth. That's what it is, hand to mouth. They want everybody in a small Japanese-sized apartment. In Japan, in the cities,
that efficiency apartment where everything's all in one room.
Exactly. And you're cooped up. You're living in a 15-minute city, and nobody owns anything. Like they say, that's the big thing now. They don't want anybody to own anything, but you'll be happy. You won't own anything. You'll be controlled. Let's not even talk about getting old. Like I said, I'm gonna come to America and visit when I want, but I'm not gonna get old over there. No. Where the way it's going? I can still run and jump and shadow box and take my youth. Say it again.
Whenever you come to America, I want you to walk into a grocery store to see how much the food is now.
Oh man,
you probably gonna pass out. I can't eat nothing out of this store.
I wouldn't dare get. Look, last time I was, I moved out here in September of 2020. Like I said, in actuality, 2 more weeks exactly, on the 16th, would make 4 straight years here for me. Right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the time flies. But when I was, we left it, but November we sold our home in 2019. I came back with the malaria in May of 2019, but July 4th, although I was still weak, we went up to New York City. Now Orlando is expensive too, but that was my last taste of New York City, right? In July of 2019, and I could not believe how much these things cost. And see, it's almost like the lobster or the frog in the boiling water. I got friends up there, some retired, some still working, but they don't feel it because they slowly adjusted to the increases in price, and then they slowly adjusted to not getting as much. And I'm telling the ones that are not retired, I have some friends that the houses are paid for, good pensions, jobs, Social Security, businesses, stuff. They're doing real good. But the ones that are just barely getting by, they don't realize how tight things are for them. But it's almost like whistling past the graveyard or in the graveyard. They know what's going on, but they don't want to admit it. I'm like, listen, man. People I know, dudes I know that are single, don't have no kids. They can get a little money. If I say, man, come out here and get some land and take your time, build a little something.
Yeah.
You don't have to live out here. But maybe something might jump off and you might want to do it as backup. I'm not going to rip you off. I'll look over it for you. I'm not going to rip you off. But it's almost an admission to, how can I put it? Because a lot of these guys back in the day, I was always one who did my own thing, thought my own way. And they were always like, oh, no, the job. And I know one guy in corporate America, he don't talk to me no more. I done moved out here. We jumped to the front of the line as far as, lowering my overhead and stuff like that. And he always predicted doom for me because his way was the only way.
Oh, wow.
And I'm not saying he's suffering, but life took a few different turns, nothing like unfortunate, like sickness, whatever. But with his smart aleck self and his know-it-all self, is killing him. That I've gotten as far as I have. And it's with a few people too. And again, I'm not a rich guy, but it's not about how much you make, it's what you don't spend.
Yeah.
These dudes, I got this much in stock and I got this much in whatever. A bad divorce will take half of that. This and that. And a lot of them don't want to see me. And I would never talk down to them on that. Tables turn. I'm not like that, but they are. Because someone had told me what I would never accomplish in this life. I had a little fast period in my 20s. Like, oh man, you blowing your 20s, man. You might have all these women, but you done messed up. So now I had to single-handedly, come up, went through a kind of messed up marriage, had my kids and everything. And oh yeah, look at him now. He's starting all over again. And he's in his 40s. Ha ha ha. Hey, man, what you doing? What's your retirement? Oh, you're almost 50. I'm 61 and sitting pretty.
Yeah.
But like I said, there's still work to do. I'm on a budget. I'm not rich. You understand? But don't never write yourself off, and don't let anybody put in your head that you can't make it. If you don't understand my crazy life, the things I've been through, people thought I was going to go crazy maybe 30 years ago, things that happened to me. But he gonna lose his mind, man. You know, they stop calling you. Oh, he found his mama died. Your father just died too. Brother on crack. You know what I mean? What are you gonna do? His woman just left him. He came home and caught in the bed with another dude. Well, I ain't gonna go around there. He might go off on us. Life is long, y'all. You put your mind to it, and you know something's gonna happen. It may take a little time longer, but you'll make it. I'm telling you.
If anybody
Yeah,
else
so
wants to come up and share an experience from this corporate America,
yes,
you
let me
can.
put this link in here.
I would love to hear your stories.
I'm gonna put that link in here right now, even if it's just to say hi.
Yeah.
For a hot second, but just come on in. And I have to honor you and praise you and thank you for not only sharing your experiences, but putting the work together to share these bulleted points along with what you already know in the way that you do it in such a convincing fashion. Who else can do this? This is what you do. Hey, let's
Yeah, I
turn
mean,
it
I
into
was speaking on my experiences. Like, this is what I've seen. This is what I've seen firsthand. This is what people have told me. What has happened to them on their jobs, and I just I need to say something because I'm like, a lot of people are blinded to the fact that how you could get treated within these companies and what is legal and what's not legal and what they can actually get away with. So,
Well, see, and you don't have to be a lawyer to do that, but this is it. I'm driving the bus one day, and there's a dude that, he was a young guy. I know he had issues in his house sometime. He'd come out the house with stuff in the corner of his eye, or 3 weeks past a haircut. So he was sitting there in the front seat, a dirty t-shirt on, shorts and sneakers. He had to be about 20 years old, but he had a tie, just not around his neck tied, but just thrown over the back of his neck and hanging. So, he didn't talk much. And so we got to the end of the route. He didn't get off of his stop. I said, hey, man, I knew something was wrong, right? I said, hey, man, how you doing? What's going on with you, man? How you feel? Oh, man, it's good news. I got this job tomorrow, but I don't know how to tie my tie. I said, brother, I'll help you. I'll show you and I'll do it for you. He says, I'm scared. If you show me, I might forget tomorrow morning, and nobody in my house knows how to tie a tie. So I said, okay, here you go. You throw it over this way, do it. I made him do it, but I did it for him still, and he put it around his neck. He looked funny, going out in dirty sneakers and t-shirt shorts with a nice tie. But I saw him the next day, and he had a haircut. He looked excellent. So what I'm telling you, with you knowing this from experience, to take the butterflies out of somebody's mind, going into corporate America and needing somebody to talk to. Look, Miss Cleo did all the crazy stuff years ago. Call me now. I'm not saying make a comic book out of yourself, but why can't we set up a hotline where, for a small fee or a fee, that you can help to tell people how to navigate in corporate America, right? On a human level, right?
Yeah.
So much minutes and so much whatever, and you can share that knowledge because what you have is very valuable. Now, a lot of us have common sense and can figure it out, but there's some people who are in positions where they say, oh my God, or this happened, or they said this, and I have this coming up. How do you deal with this, right? It's like years ago, there was a guy in corporate America, old white man, and he was telling me, whenever you go to any job, you don't let them hammer you down to a price. You let them know in the very beginning that your hourly wage request is negotiable. I was like, wow, that's pretty slick. So every job I negotiable. I know that man is on the line right now, but every time I say the word negotiable or see it, I think about him. You see what I mean? So you can make quite an impression with the roads you've traveled and what you know. I'm always thinking stuff up. I might say, hey, I got a hotline for you, Tracy J. I'm going to get all the people to call on in, and you talk to them, and you get your PayPal or your ZELLE together, and we're going to make a difference. And we'll double dip that way. To hell with the other people on your job.
Right. They can't find out about this. They cannot find out about this at all.
No,
They
I
won't be
know.
able
I
to.
know.
They have that. No, I'm saying they have no way of finding out about it. That's what I mean. Why they can't find
Exactly.
out.
Run
There's
it
no
through
way.
my name. Run it through my name. I ain't gonna take your money. You get the money, but run it through my name. I don't care. And you run it. Yeah, yeah. You'll be surprised. I might propose some tomorrow. Make a little commercial online. Have
I'm
a
like,
good
hey,
butterfly.
I'm open to it. Whatever they want to ask, whatever they need. But yeah, it's really it's bad out here. It's extremely
Yeah,
bad. Even it's even bad for young people. Normally, when people
yeah.
graduate from college, they're the ones that, they grab up the jobs because people want somebody young. They want a fresh mind. But when they're on
Mhm.
YouTube making videos saying, I've been out of work for 6 months. I've been out of work for 8 months, or I worked this job and I was a temp for 3 months and they ended up not hiring me. It's something going on.
Mm,
It's something
mm.
going on.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. Big time. And let's not even think about the racism, the sexism.
Oh gosh.
Oh, the power trips and narcissistic supervisors and sociopathic co-workers and oh man,
So
it's
we
just
haven't
that.
talked about,
Let me.
we haven't touched on the work culture, like the type of co-workers you work around and the dress code. We ain't touched on
Oh,
that. Oh yeah, we ain't
oh
touched on that.
God.
The racist co-workers. Oh my God, you don't know. First of all, some of the most racist co-workers that I've ever encountered were the nicest ones in the beginning. And that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Yep, yep,
Those
yep.
are the ones they smile and oh yeah, hi, good to see you. Welcome aboard. I'm like, yeah. You want
Mhm.
you are too enthusiastic. You want to
Welcome aboard the slave ship. I know.
It's that honeymoon stage, Lance. It's that honeymoon
Yep.
stage. They
Welcome aboard the
fool
slave
you.
ship.
Yeah,
Sit over there. The shackles are over there. We'll be there to chain you up in a few minutes when the honeymoon is over and the love bombing is done.
but that's how they get you with the honeymoon because, like I said earlier, you're excited. Everybody's smiling at you. You're getting along with people. You don't, like I said, you don't know the asshole. You don't know the gossiper. You don't know the
Yep.
backstabber. You don't know who those people are yet. You don't
Mm.
even know the person you should stay away from. And then I'm gonna tell everybody this. I don't care how nice somebody is. Co-workers are very rarely your friends, and if someone does become your friend, that's a special kind of person. If you meet
Right, but
somebody at
don't look
work
for
that
it though.
becomes right,
Right. Don't
if
look
you
for
meet
it.
somebody at work that becomes your friend, that's a special kind of person.
But
But
you know what?
normally, under
Well,
normal circumstances, they are not your friends. Co-workers are not your friends. They
you
are
can't
not.
go up in there. You can't go up in there singing Sylvester. You are my friend.
Oh wow. Yeah, yeah, yeah,
No, but
yeah.
listen, the people, when I was driving the bus, you think because you're out on the road at the time, you have layovers, other bus drivers, you have the lounge downtown at the base and up at the base where you drop the buses off or you park your car, lots of time to talk. When I went in there after getting out of corrections, I had that mindset. I wouldn't even go in the driver's lounge. Except if I had to jump on the computer to get my next, they call them paddles, like what route you're going to do, what times you have to be
Uh-huh.
in and out. And so the three main people that were close with me approached me because when I had like 15 to 20 minutes before I had to pull the bus out, I'd go in the front of the station downtown, way up in the corner. I ain't gonna lie to you now. It was a 3.5 foot, 4 foot wide. They were doing construction and they had wood up on one side. It was next to the concrete. I'd sink back down in that bed where it was like 8 feet deep and I was on my phone. And people were like, nobody said anything to me. But I had a buddy of mine, my friend Sean, he passed away. He's younger than me too. He walked up to me and he said, man, you doing the right thing. And I didn't give the mean mug. I said, what you mean, man? He said, man, you just know, you must know how this place is. You're new here, but I love the way you move. He was with the same thing. And he saw that in me, so he saw that he could open up to me. We became the best of friends. In June 2020, he passed away.
Oh.
So yeah, much younger than me. He went through a whole lot. And it was a shock to me. I was doing a video and I got the news. I was crying. I was, yeah,
Yeah,
I got no
yeah.
time with that. But And another guy who moved the same way, who was cool with this guy, he passed away. I'm like, what the heck is going on?
Oh,
But that
yeah,
job was stressing him.
yeah.
I'm like, you're dealing with the public, you're driving this big 40-foot bus in the public, so you might have beef with somebody who cut you off or whatever. The people on the bus, right? You got to watch everything. You driving, but if something jumps in the road ahead of you, you better look up at that mirror inside the bus to make sure that you might not be able to slam the brakes. You got to decide, am I going to run over this cat? I'm going to run over this child that's chasing the ball because there's somebody that just stood up at the very second I'm about to slam the brakes and they're holding a baby in their hand. What do you do? See what I mean? So
Yeah.
you got to be totally focused. That's one of my abilities. Whatever I do, I can focus on. So they ain't get me that way. But when that car hit me, and the supervisors wrote me up because the guy was drunk and hit me, I was done. That was the last straw. Africa, here I come.
Yeah, you told me that, so that story kind of made me mad. I'm like, what? The stuff that they let fly with these companies is crazy. Crazy.
Yeah. And half of the ones that were up in admin who couldn't stand me, they were my biggest fans, running home and watching my website. How do I know that? I got little trackers that can tell with IP address and where it's coming from, and all up in them little Hicktown areas. That's where they came from. I couldn't tell you which, but I can almost get it down to the block. Yeah. And they didn't know how to do that. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Technology, too, you can use it. You can use it. I got some powerful buddies that they gangster with it. I wouldn't approve of what they do, going up in people's stuff, but, that's another story. But it's a free-for-all, just like you know about the dark web. And see, there's information about all of us on the dark web, whether it's used illegally or not.
Right.
Just like you go to the beach, you say, oh, look at the water, looks so nice. You know how much water is down there so deep? It's the same thing with the dark web. Where we are on the web and the internet and everything, this is the surface, a tiny piece of it. On the dark web, you can buy anything that you want. That's why cryptocurrency got so popular. You can purchase, if you want to buy a dead body, you can find it down in there. So not really, but I'm just saying, you can buy anything illegal, anything transaction, any whatever. The dark web, pedophiles, they thrive in that. You get what you want.
Yeah.
I'm not going there. The guy was showing me, well, I'll show you how to go there. Man, I don't even want to take my computer down in there and get caught up in something.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But AI, that's the final frontier. And we think it's our friend. It helps. But who puts a cap on it? And what happens when they use it against us? What happens when they use it against us? I mean, who programs these things? And it's like, I've messed around with AI and it won't do certain things when you're too radical. See, they want to keep it a certain way. You ask it something or you ask it something direct. Well, AI, you're supposed to be bad. You're supposed to know everything. Why don't you want to talk about this? And don't think your searches are not being, because people think it's too vast. Oh, the world's too big. They can't do everything. Listen, they had it years ago, back in the 80s. I read it in the Village Voice. Trust me on this one. They had it where if you mentioned, and this is over the phone, 3 words at least to triangulate yourself. And if you said the word president, terrorist, I'm not going to say the 3rd word. You spoke on some kind of weaponry or BOMB,
Yeah.
You'll be a person of interest and you might have somebody visit your door. That quick, not at that second. But if they had that over the phone lines in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, 2010, have we forgotten how much time has passed by? But they had technology like that. How about in the 70s in Jamaica, they had a what is it now? A shipping container, but it was behind a fence, military area, and there was a guy who worked there, and it was part of the American military, and he was bored. He was sitting there. He broke protocol. There was a guy who used to come around, bring a little fruit, little stuff. Say, hey man, let me show you around, which what he wasn't supposed to do. Well, he showed this guy around inside these shipping containers that were, welded together. Look, they were bigger, more space. He saw flat screen TVs in the 70s. And on those flat screen TVs, on the bottom of it, they had different flight numbers, right? Scrolling across in a digital fashion. And they had the inside of a plane that was up in the air watching people in the 70s. I'm telling this one.
Wow.
So you mean these insects flying around here that may want to come by my window, ain't watching to see what I'm doing inside? I'm not paranoid. We need things to happen to find out what's really up. I know I got a big imagination, but I can connect the dots.
Well,
They
see, the
found
thing
bugs.
No,
Say
go
it
ahead.
again?
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying what you think is not possible. They got the technology. They messing around with spirituality. Who knows how they've combined things? They want to be a God beside God, and they want to rule. And they are for the most part because we give it to them because of our weaknesses. And then they want to control us. But when you have, even on these corporate jobs, most of these people who are higher ups, something about them is dead. Something's missing. When you go to, what do they call it there? The place where you get the furniture. What's the name there? It's yellow and blue and
Rooms to Go or Ashley's or something.
Yeah. Oh, what's the other one's name? Kia or something? I don't know. I've been gone. I got these Biden symptoms going on here. I'm forgetting America. But when you're missing something, IKEA, right, IKEA.
Yeah.
I'm really 61 years old. I better get more sunlight. But no, and something's missing, and you can't figure out what part is missing, but it's something missing until you read the instructions.
Right.
With these entities, are they really human? I mean, they might have a body, but they do some cruel things, laying people off and stealing retirement. These people are ruthless. You have so much already, and you want to steal from the people. You want to cheat from the people. Look at the politicians. They're not for the people. They're playing the game. They don't give a damn about us. But it's worse than what we know. It's all business and money and control. Even when you want to leave the system, they don't want you to leave because how dare you want to leave with your life force, your creativity. And that's what they hate about us, our creativity and our life force and our ability to live out of their world, even though they convince us that we need to be in their world. Yes, Gina, IKEA, right. But it doesn't feel right these days. These days, the world just doesn't feel, we're in a place where we kind of past the point of no return for most, but those who are aware, we can pull it on and reel it back in before it's too late. I'm not a nutcase going to be out there in the corner. The world's going to end. No, the world ain't going to end. Their world is going to end.
Yes.
And they want to take our world with them, messing up the food sources and coming to Africa and giving vaccines to make our sisters infertile where they can't have children, and turning us from not wanting to be men and want to be women. They want to go on and kill yourself, delete yourself. Y'all are already messed up, and they know their time is up. I'm not trying to turn this discussion into something else, but it ties in with corporate America.
Well, no, you're fine. We're still on topic talking about this. This is still considered on topic. I mean, and I just want to chime in with the AI you mentioned earlier. Have you seen the video with the robot serving the food to people?
No, I haven't.
I need to find that and send that to you. It is also it has also made it to Nairobi, Kenya. I seen a YouTube video. They're called the Residential Tourist, their channel.
Yeah. Okay, I'll check that.
They went to a cafe a few days ago, and a robot brought them their food, and I
Oh
wrote
God.
it.
Oh God. Oh God. See, they want us depending on these things also. I don't want nothing like that.
And I'm like, that is out of pure laziness. The lazier we get, the more they win with this AI.
Then the more power they get. Now, mind you, they took away music and art out of our schools, right? They want us to be cookie cutter. They don't want us to strive to be unique. And they know that most revolutionaries throughout history always had a creative side to them. That helped to enable them to think out the box. But they're not going to tell you that. So that's why they must kill those programs in school that make you question things, that make you think about things. They don't want your mind thinking about anything. That's why they want to shove this phone in your head, you praying to it, because your head's down every day looking in the phone. I'm in the phone. I'm running this platform. I do what I do, and when it's time for me to sign off, trust me, I sign right on off.
Right.
Yeah. I'll take a walk and go out and look at what? That's why I can come back and even do more. Because I know when to sign off of it. I go out on the balcony and chill. Shoot. When it's not the rainy season and it's the dry season and the mosquitoes, I lay out there in my birthday suit all night long, sleeping and snoring, just enjoying myself private, looking over the mountain.
But they don't even want you to have that, because they want you to work. They want you to literally work until you die. They don't want you to retire. They want you working until you die.
Because they're dangling the carrot in your face to keep going. And then they're going to advertise, get the brand new 2025 $250,000 luxury car. And then you want this, and 2 years in the payment, you want to get the next one and get the bigger house. I'm content with what I have. I probably will get more as a game and a way to make business, and whatever. It's not some burning. If I don't, I'm good. I have my body, which I only have one of those. And that's why we need to take care of our bodies more so than anything else. But this structure, which I will one day transition and leave, I'm not even caught up in it that way. I have it. Somebody will say, oh, there's this bald guy who was always on the internet. I forgot what his name was. Curve or what? I don't know, but nice house. And I'm gone. So I'm enjoying it while I'm here. I'm not even striving for happiness. I'm striving for contentment, because happiness can come and go in your life. Let me always be content. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You're not always going to get the ice cream, but you can damn sure always get a good meal and sit there and say, ooh, I feel the nutrition going in my body. Like right now, it's a golden moment. I'm enjoying this moment here with everybody, even though we're all over different parts of the world, mostly in the United States. I'm aware of where my blip is on the radar screen. I could be slaving right now with some supervisor standing over me, micromanaging me. I heard he don't like me and wants to get rid of me, and I'm stressed. And I got this wife at home, and I got another girlfriend pregnant, and I got all this. You know what I mean? No, I ain't gonna go like that. I'm just trying to make it spicy. You know what I mean? So look,
But that's a lot of people's stories. Like we've gotten away from working because we enjoy it and we like our job, to working because we have to, because we got stuff to pay, and inflation and gas, food, kids, mortgage, rent, anything you could think of that costs money. It's like life costs more money now than it did. You paying for stuff now that used to be free.
Right. I heard some dude in the chat room on the show the other day, not on my show, but some of the show I was scanning through, and I follow a lot of boxing channels and stuff like that. And sometimes they go off the topic or whatever. And they said something similar to you, the guy who was the host. He said, yeah, man, it's just getting, all you doing is thinking about money right now, whatever. And it said, one guy said, yeah, well, they say sometime you come back and, those who believe in reincarnation, whatever, he says, it wouldn't hurt me if I came back as a roach. And I'm like, why? I ain't got no mortgage. I ain't got this. A crumb could feed me for a month. I ain't got to do no grocery shopping. You'll do it for me. I'll just hide it in the fridge and come out at night. I'm like, you got a point. I don't want to come back that way. I don't want no shoes squishing me.
Right.
But again, I'm trying to ease myself out of it. And if and when the time comes to because you can really do good out here. Your little land, you take your time, build something, put a little wall around it, take your time, build it up. It's not much money at all. You know, it's going to be further out. It's going to be further out more. I don't even want to have no cell phone signal out there. Do what you do in the city. You ain't going to find me. I'm not a hermit like that. But
Right.
just in case, you know, just like when Bill Gates said, yes, we have to get to Africa and make sure everybody takes the jab. Why you got a hard on for Africa, man? Bill Gates, I mean, do the computer thing. Why are you worried about being all up in GMO? Make sure we have this way. Man, get out of here. Look, I never wish for anybody to transition. But if that happens, I ain't crying. I ain't crying. They need to make a intercontinental Bill Gates passed away day, because he damn sure trying to kill people out here and being sneaky with it.
Right.
Over in Ethiopia with the president over there. And they're so stupid. Don't they know the things that he talks about, this man? Oh, here, come help us with this and take this donation. We're going to donate and help you poison the food so they kill off the people. You don't want that.
Ghana doesn't fall victim of that. I hope Ghana doesn't do that.
Well, they just approved to have GMO foods come here. Somehow, some way, through some company. Yep. And when they start mixing it in with what is grown, you better have your land and grow your own stuff. And remember that when that GMO stuff grows in the soil, that soil is forever soiled and messed up. You won't be able to grow nothing in it. And if you do, it'll be touched. It'll be touched.
Yeah.
People who took the jab. I didn't take the jab. I ain't got nothing to worry about. But that woman over there that you swapping crop soils with, she took it, so you got it too. You see what I mean? They're going to put it in different foods. And why are you trying to? I don't want to say certain keywords. AI is all up in here on YouTube. Trust me. I uploaded an old video from years ago, and this young lady was putting it down. This is before the C-19. Man, as soon as I put it up, it was mashed down. I had 2 strikes on this channel. The third one you knocked off. That was months ago. Immediately, I was like, man. And I found that it's not just the human monitors anymore looking over stuff and looking for stuff. It's AI. More
Same
efficient.
with the resume. Like I said, the resume is AI. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody. Yeah. That's not a person. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And just like Reese said, she said they brought something evil from her son. They've ripped the fabric of the physical world into the spiritual world. Yes. They can talk about, oh, we want the God particle and smash atoms. No. To me, and I just say it, they released a crap ton of demons on this earth. And this is why, to me, there's more things perverse. And we know it was always here. There's more perverse activity and evil and just outright, because these things are inhabiting us that are looking, we're distracted, we're caught up in our lust. It could be a lust for a vehicle, a car, lust for power, a lust for this, or being known, or, you know, the competitiveness, and we're barbaric, and these demons, man, it's here. You can see it in some of the people. Go in the public, especially around them other people, and just look at them, and you can see there's something missing and something replaced. And a lot of us is the same way too. Ever since CERN fired successfully, even Chuck D said it in what was the song, the rap that he made? Then came the hour of 12, and oh God, what was it? They threw the switch and the demons were released. He was talking about CERN, because they've been trying to do this. Let me see if I can find that lyric. Yeah. Yep. A lot going on we don't even know about. Mm-hmm. Let me see. And I should know the exact song and everything. Okay, let me see. Nah. I'm not gonna find that right away. I'll bring it up on another show in the
Okay.
comment section. Yeah. As soon as the show's over, I'm gonna remember it too. What was it? Welcome to the Terror Dome? It could have been that one. But yeah, we'll keep talking. I'll just see. I don't think it's Welcome to the Terror Dome. I'm not sure. Especially me, who knows every lyric on that song. I was going to be playing.
It's just some scary stuff. That's some scary stuff, though.
Mm-hmm. Let me see. Oh,
But I
so
wonder, as far as, people not being able to find jobs and stuff, I wonder if this is the beginning of AI, the infiltration of AI just taking jobs, and companies are just kind of holding out and freezing jobs, trying to see what'll happen, or trying to see what program they could buy or what program they could utilize to make their business more efficient without having to use a human being.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're becoming obsolete. Becoming obsolete. Like the old slaves. They want to get rid of the slaves now. They don't need you no more. But the tool that you buy for a special task, when you don't need it anymore, it's nothing to you. When you needed it, it was valuable to you.
Right.
Then at the hour of 12, some folks cut the power and emerge from hell. Yeah, that's what it was. I'm just gonna put the whole lyric. Let me see if we can. They were talking about that in the 80s.
Yep. Yeah.
Let me see here. Public enemy. Party for your right to fight. Yeah. Then at the hour of 12, some force cut the power and emerged from hell. It was your so-called government that made this occur, like the grafted devils they were. Let me see. And that was, listen to the whole song, that was CERN they were talking about. And releasing demons from another realm. Wow.
Oh, Gina said they're finding the migrants jobs and businesses and homes. Yes, Gina, and in California, they're giving them $150,000 for a house.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
But that's to piss us off, though. They'll do that. Oh, we don't have any money. We have to decide. What meaning did they have to decide to do that for them people?
Right.
What gathering? What long process? We've been here all these hundreds of years, so it's no long process, man. They may have to focus on who they give what to, whatever, because you have fake people coming and say, "Oh, I was always here." I understand that, but they didn't go through that. They just got here and rolling past you, chilling.
Right.
You digging in your pockets for an extra nickel to pay. Folks at the daggone cash register, check out line, scared their car don't have enough money on there, and they rolling. They got enough. They giving them food, throwing food stamp, making it rain. They're here to replace us, and they want to rub it in our face. And you have a Kamala Harris. Oh, well, black people know it's going to benefit everybody. So here we go again. Here we go again.
Why is it when it comes to something that we need, we have to include everybody, but no one has to include us on what they need?
That's what I'm trying to say. It's not like it's not deserved and well earned and overdue. Right. Other countries, Japan, Israel, they've got other. Look what they're doing for Ukraine. Come on, man. You got money for Ukraine, and you say you have no money for us in reparations. Or just for the people that worked and paid the taxes all their life. But I'm talking about everybody now. Because white folks are pissed too. It's like, wait a second, we have to hold off on being racist here. Dude, this is not right, American black people, we declare that we're never this is even worse. So listen, we'll take on racist spirit and go after the Venezuelans who are taking over apartment buildings like Nino Brown or New Jack City, taking over apartment buildings and posing as Amazon drivers and kicking in doors and we're the cops. If I walk down the street in a white neighborhood past midnight, they're gonna be patrolling me. You'll see me all pushed up on the car. What are you doing here? Huh? But they come in here, and where they getting guns from? And they putting them in black neighborhoods too. They want confrontation. You know? They want confrontation with the black folks so we can kill each other off. But they trust and believe. If it comes down to gunplay, right? They're gonna make sure they got more guns, machine guns and everything. Right? And they'll cover it up. So why don't they talk about that in the news? Kamala Harris and the border czar? Well, hell, what kind of nightclub you running where you're supposed to be a bouncer at the door checking people, and you over there talking to somebody in the park? I'll just go in, no problem. Good, you're good, you're good, you're good. And then you surprised when all kind of guns are in the club, people getting shot up. But gangs in America, black gangs in Chicago, huh? The Crips, the Bloods, Latin Kings, whatever. They need to call a truce.
I know that's right.
Listen,
we need to come together for a minute.
Say it again.
I said, just tell me, hey, we need to come together for a brief moment. We
longer than a brief moment. We need to get together and stay together.
Right? Yeah, yeah. We got to
really us against the government.
Yeah.
Right. It's really us against the government. See, that's what it is. But they've got a middleman coming in, so we're gonna blame the Venezuelans. But see, they getting it good over here, but they don't mind being the front man. Where you gonna catch it too? You walking into a situation where you don't even know what, because you see this free house and the food stamps and money and vouchers and stuff. You walking into somebody's house and taking sides, and you may be on the wrong side. Matter of fact, I know you're on the wrong side, and you're being used. But your desperation to get out of your country makes you come into another terrain and territory to get involved in something because they think they slick. The American government is not slick. So many people see it already. And they're bringing these people in to replace us and making it good for them. Is it still good to you? Can you kill off more blacks tonight?
Wow.
That's what it's called. They love it. They loving it. Hell, I need to turn around and come back in as a Venezuelan. Shh, Tracy J, don't tell nobody. but I got a Venezuelan sounding name, and I'm gonna go in here and get this money. And all of us in the Lancescurv family, listen, if I get this 150, I'm gonna break 15 y'all off for 10,000, but I'm gonna go back again and get back in line.
Yeah.
See me out in the street somewhere. Yo, that look like Lancescurv. Shh, it's me, bro. Don't worry about it. I got you. Play along.
Wow.
I'll do it too. I'm straight stupid like that. But yeah, we need to have more unity, man. Not even more.
Yeah. You know what?
But why?
But it's sad that it has to take something like this for us to have unity, but it might have to happen for us just to come together and stay together.
We should already, after seeing what is going on,
yes,
come together. You know what I mean? We should have been together, and they wouldn't be able to do this. But this election, and people don't understand. Look, the Republicans are quiet. I'm talking about them who are staunchy Republicans, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of Republicans don't like Trump, but they quiet now. Them ones who went up in the Capitol, you best believe. And you're about the Hells Angels going to Colorado to deal with them Venezuelans. I got to finish up on that story and see what's going on. They quiet. Remember, with Obama, they were stocking their guns. What you think? They threw the guns out? Machine guns, whatever? Okay. If something jumps off in an election time, I'm telling you, take cover. I'm not trying to be a look, I hope nothing happens, but it just looks like that. Look, you at the cookout, sunny day eating, and you look way over in the west and you hear, and you see all these dark clouds. It may not be coming your way, but be ready to take this stuff inside.
Yeah.
Because it may be a storm coming. I might be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong because I want to eat a few more Franks and hamburgers, but it looks like a storm is coming.
Yeah.
In America. You see? And I'm over here, I'm feeling weird watching it. I'm, not weird, but a lot of folks, oh, I know you glad you ain't, I know that, but I have feelings, man. I don't want nobody over there getting hurt that I love. Everybody here, you, everybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I'm still there. Look, I haven't even dreamt in Africa yet. You know what I mean? I dream like I'm in New York, like I'm in Orlando. You know what I mean? I don't like, oh, I dreamt I was down in the crowd, or I was out here. I dreamt I was in Kenya. Yes, I dreamt that I was in Gambia. I ain't been here long enough yet to get that much subconscious embedding in me. I love it here. I don't want to leave here. What I'm saying is that I'm still connected. You know what I mean? You're still connected.
Yeah.
It's just like when a person been with somebody for a long time and they break up, you see them 3 years from now and you just search, yeah, I don't miss them no more. And you see them with a new girlfriend and you catch, feelings sometime. You're done with them, but it's like, you start sizing her up. She ain't better than me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or you hear about what she looked like. It's amazing. But like I said, you really put out phenomenal. And I know you have to go. I don't want to go. I'm chilling. I'm home.
You're fine. You're fine. Yeah, we at the 4-hour mark, the 5 o'clock. But yeah, I didn't realize that I had a lot. So like I said, that was 3 pages.
Part 2, baby. Whenever you want to do it, part 2.
If I can think of anything else on part 2, if anybody could put in the chat what they want me to say on a part 2 of this, I'll do a part 2. But I have to think of something else. You come up with something that we can go more in depth on.
I know you gotta go. But I'm gonna drop this link. I don't know if I dropped it. I was talking. I dropped the link. Anybody want to come in real quick and say anything to Tracy J and whatever? I'm always here. Y'all got my phone number. You know what I mean? But yeah. Just, if not, it's okay. But we definitely have to do a part 2 and start off from where we left off because it is a lot, and you only touched the tip of the iceberg. We might need 3 or 4 parts of this bad boy when you can. Okay. I know you work and you have things. We got to keep you in balance. You are our corporate connect. You are the Lancescurv corporate connect. Anything we want to know about the corporate world, we got to come to you. We got somebody in-house corporate connect, right? So whenever you're ready. And like I said, my time is very flexible. You could call me, oh, Lance, I'm free today and I don't feel like going out. Let's do something. All right, boom, let's go.
Yeah, that's fine. Anybody want me to discuss any topic that has to do with corporate America, how they run the company, how they do things, I'll be glad to.
Yes.
Even if I have to do a little bit of research on it, I'll do that and talk about that.
Right.
That's okay.
Right. And again, we'll put it down in the comment section if they're not a regular here and they just don't want to call me or something. They just talk about this, talk about that. Let's see the feedback at least. You know what I mean? We'll do it that way. But I know you have an appointment. We spoke about that before. And I'm not rushing you off. I will go
you're fine. You're fine.
Good.
You could, matter of fact, you can stay on here, and I could just step down. You can stay on here. You can continue to if somebody wants to come on.
I'll wrap it down. Because there's some things I got to order, whatever, and I'll stay a few minutes, whatever. But I'll wrap it down too. But I'm good. Because this is the time I'm used to starting shows. So yeah, exactly. So it's like getting out of school early. I had half a day, but I still got a lot of stuff to work on. I want to work on some things and stuff like that. So I'm good. But I really appreciate you sharing your expertise because nobody does it like you like that. You took me there. You made me feel like I was there. I'm looking at these white men on the bat. I'm like, oh my God, they're real. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
they're
real and dead with no soul.
Yeah. So everyone enjoy your Labor Day. That Massa gave you off today for the ones that did not have to go to work today. Yes, definitely enjoy the rest of your Labor Day because you have labored. No telling how many months you had to work to have this one day off. So yes.
Oh God. Oh God. It's not even just Labor Day, but I'm feeling America screwed me over so much. I'm a man, but it feels like I got labor pains. So it's the same thing no matter where you go on the earth.
Right.
America, boy. Man, shoot. Good memories and some bad ones. You know what I mean?
So Jennifer, talk about human resources in corporate America. Oh, yeah, yes, Renee, it's me, Tracy. I just did like a 4 or 5 hours, 4 hour show. Yes, it's me. I am the one you hear talking right now. But yes, Gina, I'm gonna write that down. So you say human. She says human resources in corporate America. talk about the black coons and I could talk about the black coons too. I know plenty of them. Matter of fact, I know some right now. I can talk about
I got the title for that one. Corporate coons. Yes, we
we can do corporate coons. Let me see, corporate coons.
That's going to be
human
something.
Resources, yeah.
Corporate coons. I can't wait. So this is a series going on up in here. The HBO Showtime special. But go ahead. I know your time. I know what time you have to be to where you have to go, and I know I don't want you late. Hit me back anytime. Anybody can hit me back anytime. I have messages to answer back that a lot of the family here been sending, but I've been running crazy too. Like I said, my sleep hours are off. I've been up till 6 o'clock last night, jumped up again, ran around, whatever. So I'm getting that back normalized. I'm just so full of enthusiasm, and I'm just so happy to be here. And thanks once again, Tracy, for
you are welcome. I appreciate everybody listening, but thank you so much. We will talk another time. This was fun, so we'll definitely do another part of this. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your holiday. Thank you.
Most definitely. All right. Take care.
Okay, bye.
Yes. Yes, everybody. That was phenomenal. When I do a show and we get to the 4-hour mark, I didn't, she has to go. But I feel it to a certain point. This was effortless. The energy, the knowledge, the experiences. I try to keep a little humor in there with my corny jokes, but this is what it's all about. This is how we utilize the technology that's often utilized against us. We have to use it as a double-edged sword. Take the enemy's sword and slay him with it. And keep ourselves unified and realize we're not all going to unify, that some of our minds are so well poisoned against each other that it won't happen in those cases. But, we can at least have some type of communication where we keep each other hip on the Underground Railroad as to what's going on as we move ourselves to freedom and out of the way of doom. That's definitely going to come down on this country and this system, So, yes, I'm going to sign off now. I'm going to grab something to eat. Let me get back by the computer. And there's certain things I got to do. And right now for me in West Africa, Ghana, it's 9:07. It's good. We'll be up for a little while longer. And I'm going to answer back some messages and stuff. There are a couple of people in the chat room I haven't said nothing to. And they've been sending me messages, so I apologize for that. I won't name many names, but, there's a lot more that I do than I admit to. And the time has been moving so fast. That's okay. Because at the end of the day, when you know that you're built for this, then yes, thank you, Gina. Thank you so much, Renee and Tracy J, of course. And wow, if I go up and acknowledge everybody, we'll be able to hear another 4 hours, even though it's pretty much the same. But Reese, who else? Let me just do that, right? Let me just do that. Wow. I saw you put IKEA, Reese. I was about to say IKEA. Thank you for coming through. Melody Galore. Who else? I see my name a few times. I know I'm here. If I don't, there's something wrong with me. I don't want that Bidenism going on over here, right? Having those empty moments. There's a nice chat room. They're talking back and forth. Mad Guns forever. I think he might have came in and bounced. I didn't see him for a while. At the beginning, there's always more. Gina, you put it down in the chat room today, for real. I'm looking at it. Wow, but that's what we need. Earth Angel. Who else? Did I scroll past Alexis? She came on in. And, who else? Sweetberry. That doesn't mean you always have to be in the chat room, but I know you're here. And Blissfully too. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. And Gifty Sinead, thank you for the support of even being there. Queen J. Yes. I think Hope Rice came through. Yep. NFN Shaka. Sweet D, of course. She was one of the first ones in here with Gina E. Yeah. If I missed anybody, it's because my eyes are tired, but I think I got everybody. And after that, like I said, I'm going to sign off. We'll be back tomorrow. I already have the title of the next show. I was working on the banner as we spoke. So let me see again. Systemic racism is a pandemic. That's what we're going to talk about. I made the banner. I'm putting that together, constructing it. That'll be 5 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. This one was done early because it's a holiday. And at her request, she had to do something at a certain time after the show. And she already said it was going to be a 4-hour show. And it's, no matter how you slice it, it's chock full of information. I love that. I love that type of thing to go on, right? Anyway, much love to you all. Take care. And I will talk to you next time. Peace.
stress to the head. I'm tryna do more for the soul, way less for the bread. Yes sir, I take pack to the lung, kill the stress to the head. I see the things that they do way less than they say. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Can't be a real, might get you canceled. The whole system need to dismantle. Coppers treated like the utmost wanted. Tryna rule the block but don't know what goes on it. News got a story with a new take on me. Carrying out the window with the screw face on me. But I know that God love me when my burn 95 degrees and I can't get sunburn. Wonder when your government don't make me legal. Burn the whole city if I can't be equal. Get off my please, Brad, I earn that. 400 years, how you still ain't learned that? I take pack to the lung, kill the stress to the head. I'm tryna do more for the soul, way less for the bread. Yes sir, I take pack to the lung, kill the stress to the head. I see the things that they do way less than they say. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Shout out to the trying to gentrify the genre. Tell them free my middle finger to your honor. End of days coming down to seconds on the timer. Goofy still trying to purchase that designer. About to buy, learn to grow my own food. Cause I don't like the look they give me in the Whole Foods. And when you stay ready, you ain't gotta get ready. But it ain't on me now, I'm limping cause my heavy. But ain't sweet, think we thin. My whole attitude on MC Ren. It's my neighborhood now, Bob, I bought that. 400 years, how you still ain't caught that? I take pack to the lung, kill the stress to the head. I'm tryna do more for the soul, way less for the bread. Yes sir, I take pack to the lung, kill the stress to the head. I see the things that they do way less than they say. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out. Cause it's a war on the real, baby, look outside. A war on the real, baby, look out.
Make sure to go to Lancescurv.com, an online magazine established in 2001, containing written articles, thousands of talk shows and discussions, cutting-edge cartoons, as well as erotic expressions and tasteful adult photography. It's definitely not for the faint of heart. Once you get a taste of the world of Lancescurv, trust me, you'll be back for more. Lancescurv.com. Bold, raw, and uncut.